to go get him?
Okay, good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting of council open at 6:01 p.m. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of Elders past and present on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. And I'd also like to express my gratitude that we share this land today and my sorrow for that cost of that sharing. I hope that in the spirit of reconciliation, we can move forward to a place of justice, healing and partnership as we walk gently on this land. Councillors, we have received a leave of absence request from Councillor Singh for the meeting tonight. May I have a mover and a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bingham, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Councillors, we have received a remote attendance request from Councillor Beaujard to the meeting tonight. May I have a mover and a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Robins, Councillor Grattan, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. And may I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 18th of February, please? Mover and a seconder, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 on the agenda reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act in 1993. In accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns must be made by council's designated persons and tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 2 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Okay, no declarations of interest. Councillors, we will now move into public forum and public address. We have 11 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I'd like to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I also remind the audience that taking photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. That council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you by speaking at public forum or public address that could lead to a claim for defamation by any person either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Okay, so our first person up is Stuart Gold, Council Special Variations Proposal. Stuart. Back again.
I remind people here tonight that 8 councillors rejected the motion by Councillor De Luca on the 20th of November last year that the CEO be requested to furnish a report addressing potential savings, including council staffing structure, council's vehicle pool, assets and land that can be either repurposed, leased or sold for public benefit or public-private partnerships, and savings from events, grants, marketing and communications. This rate hike debacle could have been avoided if you had simply done your job. And who voted against this reasonable request? All of the Your Northern Beaches independent team, including Mayor Hines, Deputy Mayor Robins, Councillor Williams, Hackman, Bagard, Grattan and Dillon, as well as independent Councillor Bingham. It seems you would rather side with the CEO than the people who put you in power. Well, let me give you a little reminder of who is in charge here. And it's not the CEO, it is we, the people. We voted you in to represent our interests, and you turned your back on us. But it didn't end there. We then had the council's bungled survey, which categorically determined that majority of people wanted nothing to do with a rate hike, and yet once again you ignored our concerns. This was a prime opportunity to bring the CEO to account, but you sided with the enemy. And it could not have come at a worse time. Northern Beaches Lifeline financial counselling up 33%. A 64% growth in new clients seeking financial help. And they say the financial landscape has been especially tough for many Australians. Cost of living and personal debt are leading to record levels of suicidal distress. And what do you say to this extremely serious matter? It's just a cup of coffee a day. The CEO has used hundreds of thousands of our dollars to support his IPART claim, whilst we are left scratching for pennies. In view of the revelations in the New South Wales Parliament's Local Government Budget Estimates Committee hearing and supplementary questions and your appalling behaviour, your positions are untenable. I call upon all councillors that voted for this egregious act to step aside. You have breached our faith and support.
Okay.
Oh, and somebody called us Trumpists.
Mr.
Well, guess what? You're fired.
Mr. Gold, your time's up. Thank you. Okay, our second speaker up is Sky Fitzpatrick. Second call for Sky Fitzpatrick. Okay, I'll move on to the next person, Nicole Gastrell.
Well, I don't quite know how to follow that one, but I'll give it a go. Look, right. Look, good evening. I want to make some general comments about e-bikes. Years of riding has taught me that share the road for cyclists in the absence of infrastructure was a slogan and hand-wringing, pretending to improve a bad situation. Upwards of 130 cyclists still died on New South Wales roads in the last 10 years. I fear a slogan is here again, but for pedestrians, with the idea that pedestrians and e-bikes can share a tiny space. Why should pedestrians be expected to share the footpath with e-bikes, some of which are bigger than postal bikes and Uber Eats deliverers? Your task is to make footpaths safe for everyone, with special consideration for littlies, seniors, those with sight, hearing or physical impairment. Footpaths already have trip hazards. Bikes on footpaths increase risk to pedestrians. Our driveways become unsafe if someone on an e-bike flashes past quickly, which I've seen quite often because I live near a high school. A shared zone is 10 kilometres, 10 kilometres per hour. So why are speeds of 15 kilometres under consideration? Has Council determined exactly how much of our LGA has footpaths? How many complaints has it received over injuries or repair requests? Council needs to provide at least 2 to 2.5 metre footpaths widths, like in Queensland, if walkers and riders are to share a path. Much of my suburb only has one footpath, and it's on the one side of a main road. As for age restrictions, get an e-bike licence at 15, learn the road rules, and you'll become a fantastic driver. I have seen young kids on e-bikes and their feet don't even touch the ground. And so age, height and skill is a serious aspect. If parents want their kids to have e-bikes, well then that comes with responsibility like insurance, rego, licensing, offset the building of proper paths with that revenue. Please, enough of the virtue signalling about environmental transport when you don't have decent paths and roads. Doctors have already sounded the alarm over the increase in e-bikes and injuries. A good friend of mine works in a rehab. She said, elderly people have fragile skin. You don't need a significant injury to have a catastrophic injury as an older person if you get a skin tear. You don't need a big impact. These things change people's lives. If you're young, you'll bounce back. So can we legislate? The legislation should be proper and setting us up for success in the long haul and not piecemeal, oh, this didn't work, we'll do that. So please, I believe you're doing something tonight on e-bikes. It really upsets me, it upsets a lot of people I know when they see such dangerous things happening. And I think council really has to send a very strong message on this because we have to look after our youth and we have to look after everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person up is Robert Bruce.
Good evening. Once again, for the record, my name is Rob Bruce. I am politically neutral. I have no current and have never had any party political affiliations. I start by reminding you of the words I finished with at February's meeting. If, as a council, you are so incompetent and negligent in your duty to your fellow ratepayers that you did not and will not now investigate other options, and if you refuse to spend any of the near $250 million of ratepayer money council have invested, then I leave you with the immortal words of Oliver Cromwell. Go, leave this place, never to return. You have sat too long for any good you have been doing. In the name of God, go and let us have done with you. I now ask you, what have you done? What have you actually done in the period since the last council meeting? At that meeting, I gave you several private enterprise solutions. Nobody, not one of you, not anyone from council contacted me for further information. Why not? With the self-proclaimed private enterprise level of skill you have and your council staff have, what have you actioned? Speaking of which, when I previously spoke to council before regarding the rates equalisation mechanism, former Mayor Regan had the former CFO and Deputy CFO, who I believe is now here, actually contact me and take me through some 80 cost-saving projects council had. What happened to those projects? Were they completed? Were the results measured? And speaking of the rates equalisation process, the same claims regarding overdue maintenance items were used to justify that, and that was a significant increase in rates back then. If you, as a council, have not used that additional rates money to get those works done, then what have you actually used those funds for? Are you, as councillors, aware of what the top 20 items on that $46 million blowout are? What are they? Why don't you give them to developers as part of their developer contribution to complete so that council does not have to employ any staff to do the works? Lastly, for now, at February's meeting, it was identified, scandalously, that council did not have a consolidated spreadsheet of capital projects. Has that situation been rectified? Have you at least asked for such a basic project management tool to be put in place? Budget, cost to date, cost to complete, anticipated variation. That's what I had to do as a 21-year-old site engineer, and we didn't even have calculators. We still have slide rules on that old. And if you haven't done it, why haven't you done it? We're here giving you what you need to do. Your level of competence in this manner makes it clear that you would struggle to run a marble down a well. I will be back again next month, and I'll be back again the month after, and I will always put these questions on notice because it's time you started answering.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruce. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, can I ask a question to Mr. Pfeiffer regarding the project management arrangements at the council?
Through to the CEO.
So the speaker raised an issue that arose at the last meeting where there are questions asked about the process by which council project manages projects. Since that meeting, I have become aware of how council manages its capital projects, and that I think the way that the questions were put to staff at the last meeting didn't produce, there were answers and we do have a process, but the way the questions were asked, including by myself, didn't actually elucidate or explain the process which I now understand exists.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, could I refer you all to Section 5 of the Code of Meeting Practice in respect of the public forum. Councillors, the public forum section of the Code of Meeting Practice, of course, allows members of the public to come and address council on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. The Code of Meeting Practice does not envisage that council deals with those questions on the spot. Instead, provides for councils to be put in writing in which staff can respond to those. Councillors, I'm going to ask that you follow the Code of Meeting Practice in this respect. If there are questions to be asked, that we will use our best endeavours to deal with it at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. My question's to the CEO. In view of your answer, is it not the case that a councillor can ask a question pursuant to clauses 10.18 and 10.19 at any time?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's the case.
So therefore, in view of your answer, could I please press the questions put by Mr. Robert Bruce and receive answers? And if you aren't able to answer those questions, could you please take them on notice and answer them at the earliest opportunity, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we're able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Now, next person up, Mr. Douglas Price.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, staff and of course the audience. I'm not too sure what the warm welcome was, but it certainly wasn't for me. I come in tonight on my favourite subject I talked about last November, which is, I always like to make it interesting, rate rise or rate dive. As we know, the IPART closed its 1 week extension for Northern Beaches, and I'm aware of some outcomes. I'm not going to say I'm right or I'm wrong, but I believe we need to look at ourselves. We need to look at how we're doing. I'm going to go back to what I said the last time, which is about AI, bots. I've done a lot of research in the last 4 or 5 months. Some of you might say, so, well, I was a trained systems analyst many years ago. I worked for Qantas Airways. I've got all the reports on it, and I put a system into Air Canada. I'm very aware of our computer system now. I've had a good look at it. I have had no help from the staff, but we can put a background system, as we call it in computing, in for staff to handle, and we can have verbal writing, or we can have a verbal instruction. In the background, we can call it, I'd rather make it funny, not another Jan. There was a very famous ad a few years ago, not another Jan. Well, we can call it that if we wish, but it'll be instructions to staff. And going in that direction, we have to embrace what the public industry is doing and what the private's doing. There's no doubt about it. They're cutting back on staff. I know a lot of people in my business that have been put out of work because they've been replaced by a bot. So let's look at the facts, and that's what it is. We need to be able to move forward and achieve. Unfortunately, I met a lot of the staff here, and they're all jolly nice people, and you know that. I get on well with all of you. But at the end of the day, we're reaching a pinch point now. We're not the only council that's went to IPART. North Sydney, 87%. I think they're going to have a similar outcome, what I believe we're going to have. I may be right, I might be wrong, but I've got an idea what's going to occur. And I think when the report comes in from IPART, we have to look at it and we have to move forward and try and come up with some solutions for IPART, how we can trim ourselves down, which is going to mean changing of staff levels. It's going to mean looking at things like the events we have. And I believe we've got to get rid of the Manly Food and Wine Festival and other events. That's just two. We've got to get rid of those things, although they do give a nice feeling with our lifestyle. The things that we've got to get back to the 3 Rs, road rates and rubbish. We've got to get back to those type of things. And we need to be able to say, well, look, we're moving forward. We've got to cut back, tighten our belts now. In a few years' time, we may find we may be able to resurrect a lot of these things, but end of the day, everyone's suffering cost of living crisis. It's certainly in every walk of life. The shops have just put all their, Woolworths and Coles have just put all their prices up. What do you know? No one's saying anything, but they've all gone up. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, everybody here. I think we've got to move forward and realise that we've got to make some changes. And thanks again. Bye for now.
Okay, thank you. Next person up is Michelle Robertson.
Got a bit of a soft voice. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Pittwater Unleashed was formed to oppose Pittwater Council's creeping regulations prohibiting dogs on our beaches. In 2003, Carreel Bay was closed to dog swimming with the promise that an alternate local dog swimming area or areas would be found. In 2014, our solicitor reviewed every interaction the council had with the community and examined all documents concerning the dog issue. She said to me, Michelle, a document is missing and it's important. I've spoken to council staff and they cannot shed any light on the matter. I've used FOI and they cannot find anything. Enter Mitch Geddes in 2016. He went looking for the missing document. And what was it? None other than the 2008 ref, which gave the go-ahead for a trial on Station Beach. It is said to have cost $15,000. The following is an email from an officer of the Department of Environment addressed to the local area manager of National Parks and Wildlife. I won't be quoting any names, even though these are publicly disclosed under FOI. There are 4 other parties to this email. These recipients hold positions in state agencies across Crown Lands, Primary Industries, DEC and National Parks. It's dated February 23, 2009. From DEC to National Parks, CC Lands and DPI, subject, ref for off-lead area at Station Beach. I quote, just to follow up on our phone conversation today, Pittwater Council has prepared a ref for the use of Station Beach as an off-lead area for dogs and has sent it to Crown as the landowner for comment. I have spoken to Mr. R from Lands and he is looking for support to prevent this off-lead trial going ahead. There are no real threatened species issues for the Environment Protection and Regulation Group. It seems that the major issues for DEC would relate to the management consequences for the adjoining Barrenjoey headland, and I understand that you will be preparing a submission to Council in relation to this. It would be useful to talk to Mr. R about a coordinated response back to Council from both Lands and the DEC, and potentially DPI, if there are also likely to be management issues for the adjacent aquatic reserve. End of quote. It's 22 years since the 2003 resolution. The subversion of process and collusion by various public servants party to this email in 2009 set Pittwater Council on a course that saw a perfectly good $15,000 ref go missing, leading to a decade of deception and inaction and the need for a costly new ref in 2019 because the 2008 ref was deemed out of date. This new ref and costly legal defence of Council's imperfectly drafted approvals based on it would never have been required if due process had been permitted to run its course back in 2008. This has ultimately cost ratepayers over $750,000. We at Pittwater Unleashed took great pride in giving back to the Council their very own missing ref.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next person up is Graham Wood.
Good evening, everybody. I am here to talk about the issue of the suggested rate rise and what the council could do to avoid it. Now, why me? I've been in the IT industry since 1978 in London, and part of my career was with the IBM public sector division, which also included local government. So from that point of view, I know how local governments work. I know how ISVs or applications work. And I also have an idea of how I think the council can improve its current systems. I think the public knowledge is that the Manly Council installed the Technology One application back when it was still a standalone. They then commissioned a KPMG to implement the solution. And then that group also tried to merge the data from other councils. There was also a migration from that solution to the cloud. And that whole exercise should have taken 12 months to 2 years. 6 years later, we are still looking at applications around project management and asset and work management. So let's consider one application in the Technology One suite called Asset and Work Management. It contains a central asset register and it schedules work that the management can do. But unfortunately, the people that implemented it here set it up with 4 registers. So there's no way to consolidate the registers to work out what the hell is going on. Surprise, surprise. I believe the council has not installed the module. I think that if they have done it, then the asset is they've been implemented very poorly. There are a number of assets, as some of the councillors have identified, start from 1 to 10 and identified whether an asset is poor. What's happened is, of course, that the council has identified nearly all of its assets as poor or medium and have now decided that they would like to spend some money to renew all those assets, hence the reason why the pay rise is what they are requesting. Now, an independent assessor could identify that, in fact, most of those assets could be renewed and the council could save up to $50 million. What I would like to suggest, and what we also know, of course, is last week or last month we had the member talking about the project management tool. The actual application has a capital planning and delivery tool that allows for project management.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we're up to public address, and on item 11.1 we have Mr. Frank Minichi.
Thank you. My name is Frank Minichi. I'm the grandson of Francesco Panucci. He was my mother's father. Francesco Panucci arrived in Australia around 1930. In 1937, he purchased a large block of land in Abbott Road, North Curl, built a fibro house at the front and 2 small sheds at the back. The rest of the property was a fruit and veggie farm because he was a subsistence farmer. My grandfather then started to sponsor young, hard-working men from southern Italy. He provided free accommodation and all their meals and insisted that they commence working as soon as possible. Once these men saved enough money, they would move out and into their own accommodation, whether rent or buying. And my grandfather would then sponsor more young Italians. He did this for over 20 years. In the late 1960s, my grandfather's farm was resumed by council. It became Parks and Recreation, part of John Fisher Park. It immediately became the Manly Warringah Junior Rugby League Oval and named Rube Hudson Oval after a director of the Senior Manly Rugby League Club. It's all right. In more recent years, an upgraded oval directly adjacent was allocated as the Manly Warringah Junior Rugby League Oval. And this became Rube Hudson Oval. And my grandfather's farm was called Old Rube Hudson Oval. Well, we are proposing to replace the old Rube Hudson Oval with a name called Panucci Field, where all sports are played, not only rugby league, rugby union, soccer, baseball, etc. We are proposing this name change because the vision and generosity of this one man in sponsoring hard-working Italian immigrants to this beautiful country and this amazing impact it has had not only on their lives, but now their families and the local community. I have met a lot of the children and grandchildren. Some of these men have come to Australia through Francesco Panucci. They are hard-working, proud Australian citizens. Hence, they all agree the original farm should now be called Panucci Field. Lastly, in the report, it indicates that if this is successful in renaming, there is a cost of up to $4,000. The Panucci family, myself, would like to donate the $4,000 to council because we do not want the ratepayers burdened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manici. We'll go through the other public addresses and then we'll go back to Sky Fitzgerald last because she's now apparently appeared. Next person up is on item 13.1, which is the outcome of the proposed lease and licence of a cafe at DY Beach. Mr. Gary Hatcher. Sorry.
Ten years ago, this council decided to convert a volunteer-built Lifesavers storage shed into a kiosk. The definition of kiosk under council's own policy in those days was limited to the sale of cold drinks, pre-prepared food and newspapers, etc. The community was informed of this and subsequently there was no real objection. However, instantly as the beach shed started trading, the deception was in full swing. They served everything that other cafes on the northern beaches served, a full sit-down cooked cafe menu. Just so we're clear, the beach shed started trading with no grease arrestor on the beachfront, no commercial ventilation system, no garbage policy, no vehicle delivery policy, no traffic policy, no certified kitchen, no toilets, and the list goes on. These were all breaches of council's policy, council's own lease, the Food Services Act, the Health Department, City Water Policy, Australia Standards, etc., etc. To make matters worse, my family and our neighbours are woken most nights by delivery trucks and vans servicing the beach shed. This occurs between the hours of approximately 2:30 a.m. and 5 a.m. Their lease says they are not permitted to do this. Council's policy says they can't do it, and yet they do. Nothing ever changes. My wife has put up with this debacle throughout 2 treatments of breast cancer with the associated chemo and radiation, whilst also caring for her elderly, terminally ill mother. I have had major surgery and my own cancer journey. And from council, no respite, no recourse, no responsibility, no accountability, just utter contempt. So what do? I have appealed to every level of this council through every sitting of council for the past 10 years. 3 CEOs, 2 mayors, we even had Mayor Hines in our living room explaining the trauma some years back. And countless one-on-one meetings with councillors. Other than Councillor DeLuca, no one has done a thing. Councillor DeLuca has championed our burden with this disaster from day one. He is the only one that cares. He's the only one that cares and represents this council with any sort of dignity. So what does council do after 10 years of trauma to the locals? You now propose another 15 years of the same mismanagement, disrespect and deceit.
Okay.
I say to council, you cannot manage this lease.
Mr. Hartcher.
No, I've done this for 10 years. I deserve to finish.
Okay, if you can wrap it up very fast, otherwise.
I will wrap it up.
Yeah,
I
very
deserve
fast.
to be able to finish. I say to council, you cannot manage this lease. You cannot manage the lessee. And as you, as lessor, obviously cannot manage yourself internally. So I propose three options. Either
Okay,
one...
Mr. Hatcher, I'm sorry.
No, there's three options, that's it.
No, Mr. Hatcher.
I move,
we'll
I
have a
move for an
mover.
extension of time.
Yeah. Okay, so procedure is that councillors can ask for an extension
Madam Mayor,
of time.
I request an extension of time.
Okay, so we've had a mover and a seconder, being Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Bingham. All those in favour? I declare that carried.
I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. So I propose three options. Either one, I get my rates waived along with my neighbours until this is resolved. Two, the beach shed lease is reverted back to a kiosk as originally promised to the community. Or three, the beach shed is closed permanently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker up
I
is
have
item
questions,
14.
thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In view of the alleged breaches over the 10 years, one of which resulted in council serving itself with a notice some years ago, and the continual concerns by the community, what is staff's response to those allegations, the continued investigations or lack thereof, and what does council staff propose to do to ensure proper regulatory process to protect residents and, should I add, also adjoining small businesses who are put at great disadvantage because of this?
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeLuca. To the CEO, I asked the question, is this something that could be sent as a response since it's got a 10-year history at this site?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And can I just confirm, is there currently an investigation on foot in view of us voting on this matter tonight? If there is an investigation currently on foot, should it not be deferred to another meeting?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, matters are being investigated. Those matters do not prevent council from considering the matter if it so wishes tonight.
Okay, thank you. We're up to Mr. Douglas Price again, this time on item 14.1.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff. Same person, just a different hat right now. Certainly, e-bikes, I've spoken on before, and certainly I support Councillor Vince DeLuca's 100%. It was very timely to see that report come up tonight. Discussions have been going on through schools. I saw the Mayor Hines' discussion of Peninsula Living, and I did take that round, Mayor, to quite a few of the public schools in the area, and I have had quite a good vote, in a sense, verbally from principals regarding it, and they've all felt that was quite sound. I've got one other thing which I floated with and which I call the parent clause. Now, what's the parent clause? The parent clause really leads on to that. I think we have to get the parent clause. Any child of 16 has to have a notation on a parent's licence that they have an e-bike in their family and is being used by a 16-year-old. Now, this can be notated on their licence, and much the same as insurance companies, when you've got under 25-year-old drivers, you can have that notated. There has not been, I'll be quite honest, there's not been the responsibility coming from parents. It's the old case of when your children are out of mind, out of sight. So I'm calling it the parent clause. I'm happy that Councillor DeLuca might adopt that. the parent clause. It does have support, Councillor, and it would be warmly welcome within schools. There is a real worry in the public schools about what is happening. Reports of people being knocked over, broken legs. I saw someone going down Military Road on a scooter last week with my wife, and I said, I hope they don't go down the Spit Hill. Well, they didn't. There's all these situations. I myself have pretty well exercised all over the place. Burnt Bridge deviation, there is a problem going down there. We don't achieve 15 kilometres down there. They go down the hills with pillion passengers. 2, sometimes 3. And there's 3 schools, I'm not going to name them, but the point of the fact is, don't have helmets, don't have bells. I've had my sleeve brushed many times because their pathway is very narrow there. They weren't designed, just because they're a bitumen road, they're not designed to have bikes. So I'm not in favour of there being bikes on footpaths. Harold Scrooby, who I've known a long time, wheelchair, bicycle council, I read in the, I think it was the Pittwater Life, you made the comment, certainly not on pathways. I agree with what Councillor Scrooby is saying as well, not on pathways. We need to really get the message to the government, and we need to have the parent clause to get the parents involved, and I'm hoping that Councillor DeLuca will accept that point. It certainly leads on his point regarding the 16-year-olds, that we can move forward, because that's the only way to get our parents involved. I don't want to see a young child knocked over. I don't want to see a young child killed. I just don't want to see that happen in my lifetime. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask a question of Mr...
Councillor DeLuca, what's your question?
Can you just explain, what are you referring to in relation to a parent clause? Because I've just looked it up and it's nowhere on the net.
No, it's not. It's something I've floated, Thank you, Councillor DeLuca. It's something I've floated because, look, I've been a long time in P&C associations, former vice president of the P&C Federation. We know that when you get in parents...
What do you mean? What does the clause actually...
Okay, Councillor DeLuca and Mr Price.
Yes.
If you could have a discussion maybe after...
No, I'd prefer it in the public realm, and I'd like to get the actual... Because this affects emotion later on.
Yeah.
You're making a request of me. Could you please elucidate on what exactly do you mean a parent clause is?
I'm calling the parent clause. You get parents involved by having it on a parent's driver's licence. It's very simple that they have a 16-year-old child who drives an e-bike or a fat bike. This then could be taken by their insurance with IGA or IAG or anything like that. So it becomes notated. If the government does that, the parents will be involved and understand that they have a 16-year-old driving.
Okay, thank you.
That's the what I call the parent
You're moving
clause.
into debate
Thank
now,
you very
but
much.
Thank you for answering the question, Doug. Okay, our next person up is on item 14.3, Keela Lamb. Opportunities to relocate Manly Environment Centre.
Thank you. May I first pat Council on the back before timing starts? I thank Council for supporting the beautiful, inspiring and moving community-driven Harmony Week event. Congratulations. May it live on. And councillors, you will have a flyer there about the MEC shopfront. People ask me, what's happened to MEC? Around 1984, some community members were worried about cancer clusters. I was roped in by a neighbour, a bit like Harmony Week, for a door knock survey of Fairlight Flats. We learned built-in incinerators were used. This air pollution study led to the ban on local, then wider city incinerators. Manly Beach was often polluted with disgusting sewage. The MEC, from its tiny shop front, took action. A hilarious poo march led to no swimming after rain notices. Volunteers continually confronted the water board in eye-catching costumes. MEC was water board's watchdog, achieving improvements. The waste crisis was a growing cost. MEC organised on the Corso the first ever compost demo, and Council filled the sunken amphitheatre with plastic bottles. Thus, Council was the first to introduce recycling bins, small garbage bins, cut waste by half, cut costs, and generated income. MEC was an effective think tank. carrying out research and investigation of environmental topics which Council had no resources for or were not deemed necessary. MEC community generated methods to implement environment solutions. Numerous conferences were convened. Eye-catching, thought-provoking and educational events, e.g. Ocean Care Day, were crucial in raising the profile of each topic. Our friendly drop-in centre has raised community environment knowledge, expectations and solution to pollution. Information and change came through 10,000 per year volunteer hours by hundreds of passionate participants, saving Council 400,000 per year. Duke of Edinburgh students, worldwide interns with strong academic links to prestigious universities around the globe. MEC was always discreet and sent regular reports to Council. Successful MEC grant applications run by MEC and Council received awards and Council kudos. Why do we need an MEC shop front? We need our MEC to be visible, colourful and joyous, a shop front attracting drop-ins with their environment questions, ideas and discussions. Who knows there's an MEC? Who knows MEC is in a cupboard on Manly Library second floor? No resources, out of sight, out of mind. MEC is not a threat to Council, rather a benefit to save Northern Beaches Council hundreds of thousands of dollars and our environment. Many feel stressed and helpless, waiting for authorities to act, working together as a community on solutions generated not just by Council but by us. Brings us hope. Please find MEC their shop front. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keela Lamb. So now we'll go right back up to the last person at public forum, Skye Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry I was late. I'd like to start by saying how much I appreciate all of the support that the Council gives to two of the organisations I'm a part of, and that's Manly Saleability and the Aboriginal Support Group. I've been living here in Moringa since 2001, and I'm a ratepayer since 2005. And now as a pensioner, facing into this perspective, if IPART does actually agree with your request for up to 40% increase over 3 years, I'm not going to be the only person struggling on limited means to actually manage all of the expenses, including that. So I decided I'd like to ask the Council to consider alternatives to increasing our rates to the maximum possible. And I love some of the facilities that we have here on the Northern Beaches. But frankly, we don't need to have resort quality amenities at Manly Dam. We just need toilets that flush and water that can wash our hands. Because there has been huge monies spent. And while it's delightful, I think there are more basic things, like somebody else has mentioned, you know, rubbish and rates and roads and whatever the other R was. So I just feel that fiscal responsibility on behalf of the Council who are spending our rate money over the next 4 years, really, you've been unelected recently in September, would be a very good discipline for allowing us all to work together. And we can probably live with things that may not look so schmick as we have in our own homes, or some people have in their own homes. My home is quite modest, but I just feel that I'm appealing to you to consider who is paying if you continue to have excess money. I mean, how can you live within your means as everyone else who's paying rates does? You know, just because it's not coming out of your own bank account doesn't mean you aren't responsible to us. So I think it's important to talk about how you can manage things at a more affordable level for us, the ratepayer. So please consider even, you know, whether or not you do need a rise at all, but what can you actually live with? Because there was a very, very small margin of people who were in favour of this IPART application, and a very large number of councillors did not support making this IPART recommendation. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sky Fitzgerald. Okay, so councillors, we're now up to item 6. We will now move items by exception, and I'd ask you to be mindful of whether it's absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I will be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a notice of motion, please do so when I go through the items shortly. Councillors, before we begin, Councillor Hackman and Councillor Beaujard, can I just confirm that you are withdrawing items 14.2, 14.4 and 14.5?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Hines.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Councillor Robins, Councillor Glanville. I'll now call out the items one by one. Actually, we have a mover and a seconder, I should say. Who's in favour? Declare that carried. Councillors, I will now call out each item one by one, and you'll advise me if you'd like to call the item out. So item 7.1 I will call out. Item 8.1, Council Discretionary Fund. On 9.1, review on various policies. Councillor Causey. Item 9.2, monthly investment report. Councillor De Luca. Item 9.3, motions for the Australia Local Government Association Conference 2025 and the Algoa election funding priorities. Councillor De Luca. Item 10.1, proposal to establish. Councillor Hernjack. 11.1, outcome of public exhibition for the old Rube Hudson Oval to Panucci Field. That's good news for you, Frank. Okay, 11.2, minutes of the Northern Beaches Bushfire Management Committee held March 5, June 4 and 3rd of September last year. 13.1, outcome of the public notice of the proposed lease and licence of a cafe. Councillor De Luca. Notice of motion 14.1 on e-bikes and scooters. Yep, sorry, I saw two hands, but De Luca. 14.2, service reviews. Yes, is already pulled out. Oh, sorry, no, that one's been withdrawn. That one's been withdrawn. 14.4, no, that one's been withdrawn. 14.3. So I've got the wrong ones highlighted here. Councillor Glanville. That one's not there. 14.6. Councillor De Luca. 14.7, ethically and socially responsible investments. Councillor De Luca. 14.8, Councillor De Luca. And then in confidential, digital parking system.
I'd also like to call out the response to question without notice 2/2025 16.1.
Is it just to ask a question? Yep. Okay, into confidential, 17.1, digital parking system. 17.2, lease of childcare centre. 17.3, South Kelkel Boardwalk. 17.4, construction of a new sports amenity building at Pittwater Rugby Park. 17.5, management agreement. 17.6, Glen Street Theatre. Okay. Okay, do any councillors wish to ask a question on any responses to the questions, which of course, Councillor De Luca, you had? Yep.
Thank you. In relation to the answer regarding item 16.1, the payment of ratepayers' money for alcohol to be consumed by councillors, could I please, A, raise my concerns at the evasiveness of the answer, and B, is it not a fact that all transactions by council pursuant to the State Records Act and audit requirements must be held for 7 years?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Some financial records, yes, 7 years. There are other elements which are 2 years. The information sought here was to see that information by briefing an event for each meeting date, which is not the way that transactional information would be held.
Okay, thank you.
So, excuse me, I've got other questions, thank you.
Okay,
So,
Councillor, as long as it's related.
okay, this is very relevant. I'd ask that you please refrain from those comments because they're not helpful. Further to the matter, I understand that these records should have been kept and should be easily acceptable through Tech 1 and through the report matrix to produce transactions by exception. Why was this not done?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the council moved on to one finance system on the 1st of July in 2018. So the prior council systems would hold transactional detail as well. The transactional detail, though, is not held in that sort of format. So we don't have cost centres for each briefing and date. It would be raw transactional information, which wouldn't give you that summary that you're seeking.
So, if that can be provided, why wasn't it provided in the answer to the question?
We were only going to provide the information that was sought. If you want the detailed transactional information, which might not give a very good description to help you match it to the briefing, that would be a different item.
And into relation to question 3, which person or persons for each respective council meeting or briefing since amalgamation authorised the use of those public funds for payment for alcohol? 3 stated alcohol is not purchased on credit card or through expense reimbursement. The CEO's permission is required to serve, consume alcohol. That does not actually address the question. Could it please be confirmed who authorised those individual payments? Was it a council staff member or was it a councillor, a mayor? Who? Are records kept of that? One would hope so.
So for each transaction, these have been purchased through the purchasing system, and there'd be a workflow which would tell us who's approved the transaction for those items.
Thank you for the answer. So can I please be provided details of that? Of those authorisations?
Specific to that question,
Yes.
we could see if we can extract that. But your question was seeking it since amalgamation, which is quite, it means going into the former council systems beyond the 7-year requirement. So that is going to be possible, possibly not possible for that far back.
So noting that the Minister for Local Government has requested the Office of
Okay.
Local Government to investigate this matter, is it not prudent then to have all this information on hand?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, council law requests for information that require a significant amount of time or resources to be provided ought to be dealt with through a notice of motion. I would request councillors that any question that requires a level of research and staff resources that are beyond what is reasonably provided be dealt with through a non-process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So are you saying, Mr CEO, that you are now denying access to that information?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No.
So you are going to provide the information that I just sought?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I refer to my previous answer. Councillors, given the level of detail required in order to provide that information would be beyond the normal resources of council staff. I would refer council to the process.
So
of
the answer is
seeking
no, you are
information
not
through
going to
a
freely...
notice of motion.
So the answer is no, you are not going to freely provide that. Is that
Okay,
correct?
Councillor DeLuca, I think you'll find
I'm just
you've
clarifying.
already
And then a final
received
question.
answer.
In view of the Minister's
Point of order,
directive...
Madam Mayor. Point of order.
Sorry, point of order. Councillor Williams.
A councillor is allowed to ask a question which is succinct, precise and without argument.
And indeed it
Councillor
was.
DeLuca is arguing. I have the floor, sir. Councillor DeLuca is out of order because he's arguing.
Okay.
To the point of order.
Okay, so I will uphold that and let's just move on. I think you will
Well,
find
I
that
asked
there's some
then, in
answers.
accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice...
Okay, point of order, Councillor Hernjack.
11.31 of the Code of Meeting Practice makes it very clear that councillors are to be heard without interruption, which includes you, of course, Mayor, and should not be spoken over. And I would just encourage councillors to allow for points of order to be considered and for a ruling to be made on that by the Mayor, and hopefully we can remain collegiate during that process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you. There
uphold
was
that.
no actual reasoning for the upholding of the point of order.
No, I'll make a ruling and upholding what Councillor Hernjack
But
put
you
forward.
have to give reasons.
Because I agree with what he said.
So my
Sorry.
further question, therefore, to the
So,
CEO,
Councillor,
excuse me, I can ask a question at any time in accordance with the meeting procedure.
Yes, Councillor DeLuca.
Point of order.
So, in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, my question is directed to the CEO. In view of the Minister for Local Government at the Parliament's Budget Estimates Committee instructing the Deputy CEO of Office of Local Government to investigate this matter, why are you not providing this information to make it as transparent and as accountable as possible, instead asking for a notice of motion which doubtlessly will be voted down by the majority of this council?
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. Actually, before Mr. CEO answers, point of order from Councillor Causey.
Calling out 10.21 again and 16.11, sorry, not 16.11, 10.21, that questions need to be put directly, succinctly and respectfully, and I think Councillor DeLuca speaking over the Mayor when she is speaking is not being respectful.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Causey. I will overrule that and just ask Councillor DeLuca to wait for a response for the CEO.
Point of order.
Councillor Hernjack.
I'd just like to reference 10.22 of the Code of Meeting Practice. The chairperson must not permit discussion on any reply to or refusal to reply to a question, including questions on notice put to a councillor or councillor employee. I believe the council CEO has made his answer clear, and I think that would be in breach of the Code of Meeting Practice to continue to assert that an answer needs to be provided.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack, I'll uphold that. All right.
On a point of order,
Yes, Councillor.
my
DeLuca?
question was specific in relation to the question arising and also the supplementary material that the Minister has announced an investigation or for his officer to inquire into this matter. My question is, will that information be provided to the Office of Local Government and all councillors?
Thank you, Councillor DeLuca. I suspect that your question doesn't relate directly to the question on notice that the response was for, since the question was more about the catering budget.
No, the question was relating also to the alcohol and the money, ratepayers' money spent. And the questions asked in Parliament are specifically about that. And my question to the CEO for transparency purposes was, will the information that I've sought, which now doubtless the Office of Local Government will be seeking, be openly provided, and will it be provided to all councillors and indeed members of the public?
Point of order.
Councillor Hackman, your point of order is?
So I think that it's very clear. Councillor DeLuca has asked the same question.
What's your point of order?
10.21. Questions succinctly, directly must be put. And the CEO has already clearly said that it needs to be a notice of motion if Councillor DeLuca wants this information. However, it could be an email. We've got a lot to get through tonight, and we're talking about efficiency of this council. Let's move on, please.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor DeLuca, let me just rule first on that point of order. I'm going to overrule that point of order because I do see that you're seeking a yes or no answer. Am I correct? Okay. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council will respond to any inquiry made by the OLG.
Okay.
And will that be provided, any answer, as I asked in my question, and will that answer, you just said you'll respond to any inquiry made by the OLG, will you provide those answers to councillors and members of the public?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If it is within my power, I will do so.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to mayoral minute 7.1 on the low and mid-rise housing policy that was recently announced. As we're aware, we have had a policy now that's been put on us by the state government to address the missing middle, as it's sometimes called, of low and medium rise housing, which we've been anticipating now for a while. The issues that we see upcoming, in particular with infrastructure and public transport, even though we have had definitely an ongoing issue with public transport from which we hear that buses, etc., will be coming eventually and hopefully soon. The reality of it is that addresses our crisis right now. As these mid and low-rise housing starts to populate around our different areas of our LGA, our strain on our public transport is going to continue to rise. So it's important for us to keep advocating for an address for the public transport that we already woefully have on the northern beaches, but make sure that it is also increased, as well as other infrastructure that is going to be absolutely under significant impact as the population here grows. So I ask for you to support it, please. Okay, councillors, does anyone have any questions? All right.
Oh, I did.
Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. A lot of the issues that I am concerned about are in my later notice of motion, but in relation to 3, is there any reason why you didn't give greater specificity on what infrastructure is actually lacking on the Northern Beaches, i.e. The money that was taken away from the tunnel, Mona Vale Road, Wakers Parkway and other essential infrastructure?
Since item 3 specifically is for the Minister of Transport, of who knows our area very well, I am absolutely sure he will understand that clause very, very deeply. So with that, councillors, I would put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Okay, I am missing my scribble. Okay, thank you. 9.1, Councillor Causey. Are you moving as is?
No, I'd like to make an amendment.
So, do you have a seconder? Councillor Hernjack, and what is your recommendation?
My amendment is just simply to defer the motion and bring it back to defer it until the CSP is complete, and then in the meantime bring it back to a councillor briefing with opportunity for councillors.
Okay, so the wording would be that council defers to a briefing once the CSP, Community Strategic Plan, sorry for using acronyms, tends to be a thing, once it is adopted, probably is the right word.
Adopted, probably,
okay.
Yeah.
Right, all those in favour? Anyone against? Councillor De Luca? Thank you, carried. Next one. Councillor De Luca, 9.2.
Thank you. I'm happy to move notation, but I do have some questions.
Okay. We need a seconder. Councillor Giltman. That's okay, Councillor Giltman. Yep, that's okay. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I note that Council's doing exceptionally well with its financial investments, particularly noting that the portfolio achieved a return of 0.41% for the month of January, which was a 0.030 above the benchmark of the Australian Bonds Bank Bill Index. I further note an article last year, just upon the retirement of Mayor Michael Regan, that said that this council, Northern Beaches Council, is one of the wealthiest councils in the country. Can council staff therefore explain, in view of our excellent financial performance, why council staff pursued the rate rise?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. So the council's investments are really held in 4 different groups. We have externally restricted funds, internally restricted funds, funds held by Kimbrickie, and then the unallocated allocation for Northern Beaches Council. And it's very important to understand those 4 groupings. We do report that in our investment report to you each month as well. So the forecast, the amount of money that you see that's here in the accounts at this point in time, we always have to have an eye on what that will be on the 30th of June. On the 30th of June, we would be 2 months away from our first rates instalment notice, and we need to have sufficient liquidity in order to pay our contractors and staff during that period of time. So we have a target balance for that, and that's our concern, that that target is not sufficient when we allow for all of the restrictions on the funds that we can't use for the things that we need the special variation for. And we also have an eye towards what funding might be needed to deal with disasters or any kind of shocks that come to council. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. In relation to the Minister for Local Government, Minister Honey's comments that our council is asking for a ridiculous increase in rates, and furthermore that the Auditor General has certified this council's liquidity rate every year. The Office of Local Government's benchmarks have been met every year, only since council re-evaluated its assets. Are you now saying that this council is at risk of a liquidity problem?
Through the CEO.
Thank you. We're at the intervention point now, and this is really an infrastructure special variation. So what we're concerned about is not having sufficient money to look after the assets that we have and that the community need into the future. That's the main issue. We don't have a liquidity problem right now.
The Minister also advised, both publicly and in Parliament, that if a council can meet its debts within a 3-month period, and I also note the CEO's advice to me that this council will not go bankrupt within a year. So can you please quantify what is the exact amount within the next 3 months or by the June target date that this council would be in deficit for and not have its liquidity status, if it indeed exists?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So fortunately, this council does not adopt unbalanced budgets. We don't have a situation where we're spending money that we don't have. So the target or the forecast balance for the unrestricted funds is 45 million on the 30th of June. It does include funds for the new core replacement systems that we have underway. So when we allow for that, we've got about 32 mil.
So there is no deficit?
For
There's
us,
no liquidity issue
30
at
million
that
would be about 2 months of expenditure, just off that core amount.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If no one else has any questions, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. Item 9.3. Motions for the Australian Local Government Association ALGA Conference for 2025 and ALGA election funding priorities. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I have questions, so if someone else would like to ask.
Okay, moved by Councillor Robin, seconded by Councillor Bingham.
Thank you. How much does it actually cost? I don't think there's a membership fee for the Australian Local Government Association, because I asked recently for all membership fees and there was no membership fee on there. Is that correct? There's no membership fee?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council is a member of LGNSW. LGNSW is a member of ALGA, so there is no membership fee for ALGA.
And what is the total budget to send staff and councillors to this conference?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll need to get back to you on that. I don't have that at hand.
Noting that most of these actual motions in the recommendation were dealt with at the New South Wales Local Government Association's conference, and noting that candidate safety in local government elections, as an example, is state legislation, what's the benefit of sending councillors and spending a significant amount of ratepayers' money to go to this conference?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council being a member of LGNSW and by virtue, through that, to ALGA itself. ALGA provides the preeminent policy setting platform for local government across Australia. Councils across Australia are encouraged to actively participate in the advocacy of matters involving local government at that national level. ALGA on its website will show the policy wins that have eventuated as an outcome of Council's plural support for the ALGA conference. Council's singular participation at ALGA is a matter for the elected council.
Thank you. Have any hotels, flights, etc. already been booked for this conference?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, I'll need to get back to you on that. I don't know what arrangements.
Because in view of the financial situation and that we're asking our ratepayers to contemplate a 40% rate rise, in good faith and out of a good gesture, I was wanting to move that we not proceed in sending delegates to this conference, particularly noting that most of these matters have already been dealt with at the state conference. So I just needed some indication that if they've already been booked, there could be a loss. If they haven't been booked, I think it's a good way to go.
Mr CEO, is there a question in there? It felt more like
have the hotels, have the flights been booked, and do we stand to lose money if we were to resolve not to attend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd have to defer to my previous answer. I don't have that information at hand. I'd need to come back to you on that.
Okay. Councillor De Luca, sorry, I've also got...
Councillor Harvey.
You can go first if you're not finished. Keep going.
Thank you. Well, in view of that answer, I'll move that as long as Council has not already booked hotels, flights, etc., in order to save ratepayers money, Northern Beaches Council does not participate in the 2025 Australian Local Government Association Conference.
Are you moving an amendment, Councillor?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, can I ask my question first then?
Yep, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
I did.
So I didn't know you were moving an amendment. My apologies.
Councillor Harvey?
A question through you, Mayor, to the CEO. I've never been to one of these conferences before, but I did attend the local government conference in Tamworth alongside a few of us, including you, Councillor De Luca. And it seemed like it was quite integral to creating legislation, but also lobbying for funding that us local councils desperately need. And it seems like a lot of the motions that we are bringing, that we're supporting, and that, you know, LGNSW as a whole is, ALGA as a whole is recommending is for more funding. So do you see that our attendance or attendance of councillors in general to this sort of conference, you know, is important for advocating for more funding for local governments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, were you going to put up an amendment or can we move on this?
Thank you. That if Council has not already booked flights and accommodation in view of the current request by Council for a 40% special rate variation increase, comma, in an effort to save ratepayers money, and noting that most of these motions have already been addressed at the New South Wales Local Government Association Conference.
So, Councillor De Luca...
That Council
Councillor De Luca, just pause for a second. Because it will be hard to vote on this because we don't actually have the answer as an amendment. If Councillor Robins and Bingham are open to it, would you be happy, Councillor De Luca, for it to be an addition, so item number 5? Because otherwise we're voting on something that we're not sure whether what's been booked.
Well, that's
or not.
why I've said that if council has not already booked flights and accommodation.
Yes, but if we just vote for that, then we lose the other one, whereas at least with an addition as item number 5, it'll just roll from one to the other.
Okay.
Is the mover and seconder happy with that? Yeah? Great, thank you.
Sorry, just let me get my train of thought back.
Sorry.
That have already been addressed, it should be, at the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference, in order that council does not attend the 2025 Australian Local Government Association Conference.
So, I'm sorry, I'm going to withdraw my support of that because it's actually, it totally changes the purpose of the motion.
Well, I did read it before, that's why.
All right, so what we'll do is remove it as an addition, put it forward as an amendment. Seconded by Councillor Giltman, I'm guessing. Okay, so councillors will be voting on the amendment.
I'll speak on it, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, this council is now confronting one of the most significant periods of its history in that we are expecting ratepayers in a cost of living crisis to increase their rates of up to nearly 40%. This is in addition to the increase in June, and we also have to take into due consideration the issue of the Valuer General advising that there will be a re-evaluation of land in the second half of this year. So therefore, even greater increase could occur. I think it is up to us to show leadership and to pull in our belts when we can. Our community has continually asked that we look at internal cost-cutting measures. We have not done that to relevant and significant satisfaction of our community. I look at these motions. The candidate safety in local government elections is something I feel very passionate about and have moved now at 3 successive state local government conferences. It has nothing to do with federal legislation. If we were to be looking at legislation at a federal level that should replicate New South Wales local government, we'd be moving to make federal and state legislation similar local government legislation by way of elections, similar to state and federal, whereby the use of the word independent in registered political parties would be prohibited and actually a criminal offence. Only at local government level can a political party mislead and say they are an independent candidate and an independent party when at state and federal it is illegal.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Hackman. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hackman. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? Oh. Hang on. All right. Someone should have a light now. I know that there's a number of you with lights on, but I was just kind of thinking you're all lighting up to speak after Councillor De Luca. Councillor Hackman?
Councillor De Luca raises some very important points about cost cutting. However, he is going off on a tangent and I don't think it's relevant. I think we need to stick to the actual amendment and be focusing on the things that we would be putting forward in that conference. I ask him to make sure that he is staying on point and being succinct.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Hackman. I will uphold that.
Could you
Just
please
Councillor
advise, Madam Mayor,
DeLuca, Councillor
could you please advise the clause in the Code of Conduct relied upon?
It was Councillor Hackman quoted 11.13.
Yes, and 11.13 does not state that a councillor is irrelevant when they're raising, this is a federal conference and I'm raising federal legislation.
Point of order.
Okay, point of order, Councillor Hernjack.
Is it not the case, Mayor, that you've now made a ruling on Councillor Hackman's point of order and that it would be up to Councillor DeLuca to raise dissent in the chair if he disagrees rather than to continue to discuss this issue?
No, I can ask for reasons on any point of order, and it's actually proper practice for the chair to give a reason as to a point of order.
Okay, so when I uphold a point of order, like I did with Councillor Hackman, that means that I agree with her, Councillor DeLuca. We do have some items to get through, and absolutely happy for you to ask questions. I'm also aware that I've had a number of other lights up, so please continue.
Thank you. My point was that if this is a federal conference, we should actually be moving motions that deal with federal legislation, i.e. the Election Act, which has been brought up in both the state parliament and at the local government conference, particularly that issue as late as last week in the New South Wales parliamentary budget estimates. So I would hope that this is not just an opportunity lost, and that is something that I will move as a subsequent amendment if this is defeated. But the major point of this is, why would we be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars possibly? I don't know how many councillors are going, how many staff are going. Well, how many do we know are going to a conference where most of these matters have been dealt with at the correct jurisdiction, and there's nothing I can see here that involves federal legislation except what I pointed out earlier.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeLuca. Councillor Causey.
Look, I would like to argue against this amendment. There are matters that in our motions that are proposed for this council that absolutely have federal significance. The built environment response to climate change, for example, is a critical issue. We are meant to, I mean, scientists have told us that we have till 2030 to tackle climate change. We are now living in a situation where we will have climate change with us for thousands of years, and that's the scientific opinion. So it is incredibly important that we deal with this issue of built environment as quickly as we possibly can. There is no coordinated approach to this at any level of government at the moment. And so that, on its own, makes it worth councillors attending this conference. Point 3, comprehensive action to tackle plastic waste is another issue that is a critical issue in Australia. We have a massive waste problem at the moment in New South Wales, and I'm not sure what it's like in other states, but we have no way of recycling plastic waste, for example, soft plastics, and we have stockpiles of other waste, plastic waste. I don't think I need to go on. I will make the point that councillors are paid $30,000 a year for the work they do. These conferences are paid out of our allowances, which I can't remember the exact amount, but for anybody who's concerned about the amount that councillors spend on allowances, they're publicly available, and you'll be able to see who actually makes a real effort to keep their spending to a very low level. So, yeah, and there are other points in this conference. The Advocacy initiative, I really welcome. The attempt for ALGA to bring funding for all councils across the state up from 0.5% of GST to a full percent is a critical issue, because we know that all councils are struggling all around Australia, which is why we have a federal inquiry into council finances at the moment, and we've also just had a state inquiry report. And simply another point, general point, and I'll note that most councillors here that I can recognise have been to most of these conferences, including Councillor DeLuca. most of these councillors...
What's your point of order, Councillor De Luca? Councillor Glanville, if you could turn yours off. Yep.
I've just been misrepresented. I've never been to a national local government conference.
Okay, would you like to withdraw that, Councillor?
I withdraw that. I've certainly seen you at other conferences outside
Okay, thank
Sydney.
you, Councillor Causey.
Certainly to the New South Wales local government conference, where I have actually moved motions and advocated, unlike some other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. All right, can we move on now to Councillor Glanville?
Finish what I was saying.
Oh, okay, you have 21 seconds left.
So the other point is that it's by going to these conferences, by going to the papers, there are research papers presented there. We actually councillors learn about the issues that are important across the state, across the nation, and we talk to other councillors, we discover what the issues are in the sector.
Okay, Councillor Glanville. Oh, you've been waiting patiently on and off, I know.
Thank you. I will also speak against this motion, and for the record, I am not planning to attend ALGA. I've never been to a local government conference, and I have no personal vested interest in getting a free holiday or anything like that. But I do see participating in ALGA as important. To the specific motions that we're proposing to put, I think it's pretty undeniable that B and C relate to national issues. If you look to the body of the motion we are putting regarding the built environment in response to climate change, it is about changes to the NATHERS standards for buildings. Now, if you do a quick Google search of what NATHERS stands for, it stands for Nationwide House Energy Rating Scheme, and is a national scheme that is standardised across Australia that all states then implement through local laws. So it is important that we have consistent national standards, and it actually provides economic benefits to people to have consistency in national standards so that one set of products can be sold throughout the country. Regarding plastics, plastics is a national market. We sell to other countries through national markets, and we have national product stewardship legislation that creates nationwide schemes for dealing with difficult to recycle wastes that councils are often at the forefront of having to spend day-to-day ratepayers' funds at resolving, because these schemes that operate at a national level are highly dysfunctional, and councils are often the ones having to pick up the pieces because of the difficulty and lack of feasibility at the national level of recycling different hard-to-recycle waste streams, which then cost ratepayers money, and it costs our environment money. So I really do think that the motions we are putting are of a national level. They require nationwide collaboration between all levels of government. And as Councillor Causey noted, part of what will be debated at ALGA relates to funding, and Northern Beaches Council is not alone in facing funding issues. The amount of money that we've received from GST has been reduced in an environment where costs continue to go up, and there's cost shifting from other levels of government who aren't fulfilling what they should be doing. And so it really is important that the local government, as a level of government, can advocate strongly for a fair share of GST funding, so that it can advocate for good quality national legislation, given that we as councils are at the forefront of approving buildings. We're at the forefront of dealing with climate change related natural disasters, at the forefront of dealing with the waste crisis. And it is much better for those to be dealt with at a cohesive nationwide level, because we've seen how dysfunctional many of these schemes are when you have states and local governments operating their own schemes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glanville. Councillor Harvey?
My prior question to the CEO really underlines that this is a potential for democratic processes in which we can advocate for more funding for our council. And I think as a new councillor, born into the crisis that is an SRV, and it's highly traumatic for everyone involved, I am so well positioned to go and fly the flag for us. Now, I really thank Councillor De Luca for his continuous commitment to out-of-the-box thinking when it comes to cost savings for our council. And I can see why this might be appear to be a discretionary or a luxury expense. And, you know, for sure, I will try and save ratepayers money by driving instead of flying, if that helps. But I think when it comes to the chopping blocks, chopping the Northern Beaches Council out of democratic processes where policy is discussed, which then shapes federal policy in this upcoming federal election, is a silly idea. I welcome Councillor De Luca's previous questions on notice about catering, about alcohol, you know, perhaps even gala expenses are something that should be looked at as a discretionary fund that we don't invest into anymore. And, you know, we are having a budget strategy discussion this weekend, and I hope that Councillor De Luca will attend so we can negotiate some of these things and cooperate on notices of motion to better restrict funding in a way that appeases our ratepayers. But I do not think this is one of those ways, and I am very excited to attend this conference and advocate for the things that we need here on the Northern Beaches. Okay. So happily voting against.
All right, thank you. As the original mover of the amendment, Councillor De Luca. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, it's an amendment. All right, if no one else has anything to say, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to echo the words of Councillor Harvey and Councillor Glanville. I truly believe it would be an abrogation of our responsibility to find alternative solutions for our budget constraints as the community have asked us to. As you'd know, we receive one vote as a council at the ALGA conference. And I think, as Councillor Harvey said, there is the potential for us to use that vote to advocate for more federal funding, including for a review of how much GST is provided to local governments. I would also note that councillors would still be able to attend this conference in line with our expenses policy, but there would be no voting opportunities for us as a council, and I think that would be the real tragedy. If possible, I'd also like to foreshadow an amendment if this one fails to get up.
Okay, right. With that, we can put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan. Oh, sorry. Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca. All those against? Everyone else? Declare that lost. Foreshadowed amendment.
Madam Mayor, just before the foreshadowed amendment, I'd just like to suggest that if we get to the motion, it'd be that we delete. Can we just that we delete item 1.A, if that's acceptable to the mover.
I'll just say that was my amendment, so I'd be happy with that.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'll take that. We'll definitely take that on board. I think it's surplus to requirements.
All right, so the foreshadowed amendment is just the suggestion that we just had then, was it? Yes, no, I'm just double checking because I heard the word foreshadowed amendment and thought we had another one. All right. Okay, so
And
B
I
becomes
have an
A.
amendment as well.
Okay, so this becomes the substantive motion.
And I have an amendment.
Okay. We're going to vote on the substantive motion though. All right, all those in favour?
Sorry, I have an amendment to the substantive motion.
Oh, okay. Is it an addition?
I'll move it, and if you want to accept it, by all means.
Oh, well, up to the mover and the seconder. But
So,
Yep.
exactly. So, as 1C,
Which was the waste one?
no, so it's a new one.
Oh.
That state and territory governments all introduce uniformed legislation similar to federal and New South Wales electoral law to prohibit the word independent in registered political party names to prevent the public from being misled.
Okay. Would the mover and the seconder want to accept that?
No.
No. Okay.
So speaking to that motion, I thank Councillor Williams for his laughter. It just shows what he thinks of the democratic process and the contempt he has for certain councillors.
Point of order.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, what's your point of order?
Did Councillor Bingham and Robins accept that amendment?
No, they
Well,
didn't.
then how can... Oh, okay. But then Councillor DeLuca does not have the right to speak to that amendment.
I've moved an amendment. They're just trying to get it up.
Oh,
So instead of attacking constantly, can you please listen and keep up with the meeting?
Okay.
I apologise for
Councillor
attacking you,
DeLuca.
Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you.
You are.
Okay. Councillor Hernjack.
I'm just concerned that Councillor DeLuca may have breached 16.11 by making unfavourable personal remarks about Councillor Harvey's performance as a councillor.
Well, she has been attacking all
Excuse
night.
me,
and I think the
Councillor, I'm
gallery are
speaking.
witnesses to that.
Sorry,
Point of
Councillor
order.
DeLuca. Let me uphold what Councillor Hernjack just said.
Sorry, Mayor.
Let's just be...
Well, then, could I
withdraw.
ask you a question, Madam Mayor? Could
No,
you please ensure
Councillor
that the Code of Meeting
DeLuca,
Practice...
I am Councillor DeLuca. Thank you for
I
your
can ask a
questions, but
question
we
to
are
the
trying
Mayor.
to move on. I don't have to answer any questions.
No,
I'm
but I
just
can
trying to
ask
make
you a
sure-
question. You haven't even listened to my question.
Oh, I don't have to listen to your
Yes,
question
you
at the
do.
moment.
A councillor
in the
can ask a
interest of
question
moving
at
on.
any time.
Yes, you can, and I can also decline to answer a
Yes,
question.
so you can actually... Could you please stop
Okay.
Could you please ask Councillor Williams to stop interjecting? He's creating
Councillor
an act of disorder.
Hernjack, I'm upholding your point of order.
Sorry, Mayor, could I just ask,
No
given
apologies, just Councillor
that was
DeLuca,
not the
we're
extent
moving
of
on.
my point of order. I just wanted to raise that during me raising that original point of order, Councillor DeLuca may have also breached 11.31 by speaking over me while I had the floor. So I'd also like that to be considered if possible, please.
Okay, councillors, thank you very much. I will uphold that so that we can just move neatly through
Point of
the
order.
council meeting. Councillor Harvey. Point of order.
11.25, may I just clarify, because I believe I may have been misrepresented or misunderstood. Councillor DeLuca, I would never want to attack you. I'm afraid I do apologise if it feels that way, but I am still gaining my bearings when it comes to due process, and I was just inquiring with the Mayor if we were doing the correct thing as per the meeting.
Okay.
I accept your apology, and I hope there's one coming for last month's meeting as well. So can I please ask my question to you, Madam Mayor? Could you please ensure that the Code of Meeting Practice is upheld in its entirety, because there have been numerous remarks, numerous interjections, particularly by Councillor Williams, and you have not acted upon those, and yet you are upholding other points of order which I do think are spurious. So I would ask that it be applied even-handedly, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
DeLuca.
So now-
Councillor DeLuca, let me respond in that I try as very hard as I can to be as equal as I can. However, and you can roll your eyes, Councillor DeLuca, but the reality of it is that everyone would like to have a say. We don't always agree with each other, but the important thing is that we respect each other, listen to each other, and then make a vote and move on. That's the whole aim of this, and as the Mayor, I'm trying to do exactly that. And you mightn't agree, but I do understand your question, but I'm also asking that we now move on.
So I'd like to speak on my amendment, please.
Councillor Giltman, you will be the seconder.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, this does actually constitute a relevant consideration for a national conference. At the New South Wales level, as well as federal level, like I have said, it is illegal to use the word independent in a political party's name. Unfortunately, there has been for some time an error or a omission that applies at the local government level in New South Wales. I understand most states and territories are looking at this issue for those that do not already have it prohibited, but most of them do. It is important that we ensure that the community is not misled by registered political parties purporting to be independent when they are indeed registered political parties. It is important that we have uniformed legislation across the country, both at local government, state, territory levels, similar to federal and New South Wales legislation, to prohibit this. And I think this, if you are going to go to a national conference and you are wanting to look at good policy and good uniformed national legislation amongst the differing jurisdictions, that we do need to bring it into line across the country. It is very important, and it's something that our community expects. And I note that Mr. Stuart Gold, who presented this evening, has presented a petition to the New South Wales Parliament that has been signed by over 5,000 people within, I think, a 2-week period. And as part of his petition, it calls upon legislative reform in this regard. So I think that's now running as one of the highest petitions in the New South Wales Parliament. So there's clearly public interest on this matter, and it is something that we, as a council, I think if we are to attend this conference, should be pursuing this very matter.
Thank you. Councillor Hernjack, I had your light up next.
Thanks, Mayor. I just thought I'd wait while Councillor De Luca had the floor. I just wanted to quickly come back to my point of order. Could you just double check for me? You did uphold the point of order I raised regarding 16.11?
Yes.
Could I ask then that in accordance with 16.12 of the Code of Meeting Practice, you request Councillor De Luca to retract and apologise without reservation for the imputation he made towards Councillor Harvey?
Councillor De Luca, I may have misheard, but I thought you actually kind of did apologise. Would you like to clarify that?
I thanked her for her apology and acknowledge her apology, and I'm happy to take that in the spirit it was granted.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, but
okay,
Councillor Harvey apologised to Councillor De Luca. I'm asking for him to do the same thing, please.
I'm weeping with regret if Councillor Harvey found my comment that she apologised. I am weeping with regret. I'm so sorry.
I am moving on. So I'm sorry, Councillor Hernjack. I can see what's happening and I just want to move on because there was only one councillor left who actually wanted to say something.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I've got to move dissent in the chair because I can't let that stand against a fellow councillor.
Okay.
I would like you to retract and apologise without reservation or clarification.
As I said, I'm weeping with regret and I'm sincerely apologetic if Councillor Harvey has taken my exception to me saying I felt attacked, so I'm sorry if you take exception to that. Yes, I'll retract it. Thank you.
Okay, you're accepting that, Councillor Harvey? Terrific. We can move on. Councillor Grattan?
Just had a question through you, Mayor, regarding the amendment, irrespective of my views on the merits of that amendment. If it hasn't been a notice of a motion put to this council previously, can we put it through as a motion to the ALGA? I thought all of these sorts of motions had to have been previously passed by a council before we could put it through.
Through the CEO to COO?
Through you, Chair. Council can be of a mind to put any motions through this evening by resolving to take them to the conference.
Okay, with that, can we move and vote on this amendment? All those in favour, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltnan and Councillor Causey, and Councillor Glanville, all those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, myself and Councillor Robins. Declare that lost. Oh, sorry, and Councillor Beaujard, I didn't see you on the screen there. Up to the substantive motion. We'll put this to the vote, unless we need to discuss this even further. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against Councillor Gilton and DeLuca. Declare that passed. Thank you. Next item up is item 10.1.
Madam Mayor, can I move a procedural motion? It's nearly 8 o'clock and I suggest we have a 10-minute break because we've been going for 2 hours.
Okay, councillors, we have a procedural motion in front of us. Councillor Robins is happy to second that for a 10-minute break. All those in favour? Declare that carried, unanimous. So if we put the council meeting on hold at 7:56, see you back at 6 minutes past 8. if we can call you back into the room so we can kick off round 2, especially considering the next item is 10.1, the alcohol-free zones, and Councillor Hernjack pulled that out. Councillor Hernjack, are you moving it as is? You're not. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Williams. Okay, Councillor Hernjack. Do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Does the mover have anything they'd like to say, Councillor Bingham?
No, Madam Mayor.
As the seconder, Councillor Williams, do you have anything to say?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so if we can then put this to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, Councillor Williams. Oh, sorry, yes, I thought, yeah, sorry, I take that back. Withdraw. Okay, Councillor Hernjack, you obviously have something about this that you'd like to say.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to raise the concerns that I've brought up in the past when we've been asked to consider these alcohol-free zones, and I just wanted to reiterate my reservations, both about how enforceable these policies are and about the actual impact they have on problem drinking and antisocial behaviour within our community. I would also liken it similar to our no trailer parking signs that often push that activity onto another street or another area. I do believe that this falls under the category of over-policing, and I feel that it goes a bit too far in trying to address the very real societal issues that we face as a result of binge drinking and antisocial behaviour. So I just wanted to flag those concerns, and as I usually do, I'll be voting against this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hernjack. Councillor Bingham, do you have anything?
I was just going to have a right of reply.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say? Oh, sorry, Councillor Causey.
Oh, thank you. I just look, basically, I almost say exactly the same thing as Councillor Hernjack. However, yes, I think that there are probably, there's one particular group of younger people that where problem drinking appears to be a very big problem. I think problem drinking is a problem if there's, for whoever is involved in problem drinking, but we don't combat it by trying to hide it and get it out of the people's way when it's uncomfortable. So, yeah, I think that we're basically just changing the geography of drinking by putting these bans in place.
Okay. With that, can put this to the vote.
Just right of reply.
All right, a reply, Councillor Bingham.
So as a councillor who's been involved for a number of years, why we do this is because, and it's actually relevant only to the roads and footpaths, is to give council and the police an extra, oomph if we need to use it. And I mean, if you look at the areas, they are very, very heavily populated, and particularly Manly and Avalon and so on. It's really just to enable council to send a clear message to the community that it's just not acceptable to drink alcohol on roads and footpaths. So I think it's needed.
Okay, with that, we ready to put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Thank you. Next one is item 13.1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be moving that in view of past complaints.
You have a seconder?
I haven't
read
it yet. that in view of past complaints and alleged breaches, and that there is currently an active investigation being undertaken, that this matter not proceed at this time.
You have a seconder? Councillor Giltnan.
I'd like to foreshadow an amendment that the original motion should the revised motion fail.
So sorry, where's my
Yeah.
actual motion?
I think it's coming. Okay, Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. It is with great concern that this matter has developed over the years as outlined by Mr Hatcher. I think one of the most ridiculous times I have seen in this council was when council served itself a notice of compliance when there was an obvious breach of the lease. So instead of serving it on the business that had committed the offence, council served it on itself. Nothing was eventually done in relation to that matter. Rangers, as well as compliance officers, have given evidence that there have been breaches of compliance. One former manager of Rangers and a former actual ranger took video evidence and attested that there have been serious breaches, and yet this council did not do anything to properly address and overcome those breaches. Now we still have, as outlined by Mr Hatcher, continual allegations of breaches, and council is currently investigating, and yet this council seeks fit to ignore those concerns and the ongoing investigation to grant a lease of up to 15 years. That is extremely concerning, both from a management perspective, a conflict of interest perspective, as well as we as our responsibility as elected representatives. Over the years, businesses locally, and not just residents, businesses have also complained that, like Mr Hatcher said, this was originally passed as a kiosk. And Mr Hatcher rightly gave the definition of that kiosk. Without any change or any approval from council at the time, it changed into what was described as a fully fledged restaurant. Seating adjacent to it, as well as cooking facilities with no health and compliance. Now granted, that was under a previous owner. This building is also in an invidious position and subject to damage when storms have occurred. I asked a question on notice many years ago when the ocean knocked out its shutters as well as damaged inside, and it cost ratepayers and the insurer money. So to even contemplate a lease going ahead here is outrageous and should not be countenanced.
Okay, Councillor Giltnan as a seconder, do you have anything to say? Someone needs to turn their light off to give Councillor Giltnan a chance. There we go.
No, just listening to Mr Hatcher tonight, he came up with some very valid points, but mainly what I read between the lines was his main concern was deliveries at between 2:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Surely that's something that can be stopped in its tracks immediately by telling the owner who's running it that if he continues to get deliveries at that time of the morning, will he be out the door? I mean, that's absurd that's happening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey. Sorry, I'm just looking at my...
Are we asking questions at this point or discussing?
Well, we've moved from the mover and the seconder, so questions, yep.
So can I just ask then, first of all, if there are deliveries at 2 and 3 a.m, presumably, from what I read, I think that would be breaking the conditions of the DA. Is that correct? Through you, Mayor, sorry.
Someone needs to give up on their light. I think I've got Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Hernjack all down for this particular one.
Through the Chair, the deliveries are not allowed at between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Okay, thank you. And again, another question. Could you please tell me what inquiry is going on and who's conducting it and what the point of it is and when it's going to report, please?
Through to the CEO, to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Mayor, Mr Hatcher has provided some photographic evidence that would suggest that there have been deliveries in contravention to the development consent. Council staff are currently reviewing whether the evidence that has provided would be sufficient for us to prove that the trucks which have been cited are associated with the business.
Thank you. One last question. Could you please tell me, is it normal that we would not go ahead with a tender or a contract because another licensee had broken compliance rules?
Through the CEO.
Through you, Mayor Hines, no.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Firstly, my understanding of the effect of the motion is that we would be doing this as a procedural step effectively to then, in the future, then be able to open this up to a public tender. Am I correct in my understanding?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that's correct.
And so at that stage, we would be inviting a range of businesses through Tenderlink to and other, I mean, maybe tell us what process you would go through then to identify a new tenderer for this
Certainly.
premises.
So should the motion be accepted, Council will write to the Minister for Local Government seeking to enter into a lease whilst an objection has been received. If that is granted, then we will proceed to release a request for tender. Along with that tender would be a lease agreement and terms that tenderer would apply by, and then the open market would submit tenders that the Council could then select from as a potential future leasee.
Thank you. And as part of your assessment process for the new tenderers, whoever they may be, would you, if they were an existing tenant of a council premises, to what extent would your procurement processes involve looking at the compliance history of that tenant or licensee?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we haven't set the evaluation criteria for the tender because it hasn't been prepared and we haven't put a panel in place. However, normal practice is to review the background and experience of a service provider regardless of the tender type, and that would include also references from internal.
Thank you. And my recollection when we had another council property that was a cafe that had some food safety compliance issues, my recollection was that was brought to the attention of councillors at the time we were going through the tender process, and that formed part of the calculus for then how that tender from that particular party was evaluated.
Okay, Councillor Bingham, do you want to let your light off for a moment? I've got you, I promise.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that is correct. We have provided that information previously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, you were up next. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I can see here, and we heard from Mr. Thatcher, that these noise complaints have been quite distressing for him and his family. Did you receive any other such opposition to this proposal for tender?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no.
And what other general feedback did you receive from the community?
The feedback is as per the report included, where there was positive feedback generally from the community. There was some feedback that indicated they would like the existing hours to remain, and there was other feedback that they would actually like it to extend its hours to become more intensified use, of which Council's response in the report states that we don't support that.
Thank you. And just for my own information, what mechanisms do we have to enforce compliance with an issue such as this?
Councillor De Luca, I've got your light. Thanks.
As is outlined in the report, noise complaints are dealt with under the Environment Protection Act, which is through our environmental compliance team.
And if the current leasee, well, I believe Councillor Glanville may have already asked this question, forgive me if she has. If the current leasee was to reapply through this tender, could their breaches of the DA be a precluding factor from them securing that contract?
That would be a considering factor.
And one more question, please. If we were to have a new leasee, is it possible that this issue of the noise complaints could change due to a change in supply chain?
That is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, could I just ask the rationale behind it being a 15-year tender period, and is that sort of standard for these types of leases?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, there has been feedback over the last 5 to 10 years where businesses are required to put in capital investment and invest money that they do require a longer lease term, and it's been Council's practice to extend lease terms for premises where investment is required.
Thank you. Could I just ask, if we were to accept this amendment, what would the consequences be? So would this space basically sit empty and create a loss for council if it wasn't tendered out?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that is a possibility. There is currently a tenant on monthly holdover who could provide notice at any time, after which case the premises would be vacant and council would not receive any rental income.
Thank you. And I'm assuming it would be commercial in confidence, but would it be possible to get the figure for what that loss would be?
We can certainly provide that.
Thank you. And my last question, could I just confirm how many submissions were made in total and how many were in favour?
There were 7 submissions, 6 of which were in favour.
And I assume that's standard for this type of public exhibition?
Often we would have 0 to a small amount of objections to a particular lease for a cafe or a kiosk.
Okay, looks like we've done quite well then. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bingham, did you have a question?
I did. Thanks, Madam Mayor. So it was mentioned earlier that this lease was originally for a kiosk. When did it become a lease for a cafe and licensed premises?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the kiosk has the ability to be trade as a cafe. However, as it has no grease trap, there is no oil cooking. So whilst it has the development consent to operate as a cafe, they are unable to do full cooking, only reheat.
But you're proposing to lease it out as a cafe in the future?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, so a cafe and a kiosk are similar. A kiosk, this particular cafe has sit down, and so yes, it would be considered a cafe, but it cannot do full hot cooking.
Okay, can we just have a clarification of that?
Yeah.
Sorry, so Councillor Glanville, you've already asked a question, so just let the light off for a moment.
Just to clarify, the original development consent that was issued by Warringah Council granted consent to a kiosk. A kiosk has a definition under the Warringah LEP, and it's restricted in its size and the type of goods that can be provided. So ordinarily you would think a kiosk where you would buy chocolates and things like that. In 2020, development consent was sought to change the use from a kiosk to a cafe. That development consent was granted by the Northern Beaches Local Planning Panel. That is the consent and the conditions of which the premise needs to operate under.
Okay. Councillor Bingham, any other questions? That was it? All right, so I then had Councillor De Luca as the original mover.
I've got questions too arising from answers.
Yep.
Could council staff please advise how many complaints have been received in relation to the site since its use was changed from a surfboat rescue storage shed?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't have that information on me, but I can provide that.
Would you be able to indicate that it's more than 50?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't see or receive all the complaints, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Could perhaps Ms Kerr assist in her capacity as overseeing compliance?
I will need to get that information, but I wouldn't believe it would be in excess of 50.
Thank you. In relation to Councillor Hernjack's question regarding loss of income, what has been the actual cost to date of regulatory action or regulatory investigation and staff time?
I would need to provide that information at a later stage.
So I could assume that in view of your answer that it is over 50 complaints and investigations.
Through you, Mayor, I'm sorry if you misunderstood my response. My answer was that it is not likely to have been in excess of 50 complaints received since 2020.
Okay. Is it possible then that some type of costing based on the amount of regulatory action or investigation and compliance be provided?
Yes, we could provide that separately.
Thank you. And in relation to reputational damage to council, has not this previously been subject to media attention as well as numerous residents coming before us and businesses coming before us over the years, both in the Warringah Council days as well, even during administration, concerning the alleged breaches at this, what started off as a kiosk and then developed into a cafe?
Through you, Mayor, I was not an employee of the council prior to the amalgamation, so I don't have that information.
And is it not a fact that there have been numerous complaints that even when the facility, I'll call it, was still classified as a kiosk, that cooking was being undertaken, and those complaints were by numerous residents as well as adjoining businesses on the Strand?
I don't have information related to those historic incidences at this point.
In relation to the 15-year lease, what other leases have currently, or recently I should say, been contemplated, like Mona Vale Bowling Club, etc., where leases much less than 15 years were offered?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we can provide a list of lease terms to the council.
But there are others that don't receive the benefit of a 15-year lease?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there's a range of lease terms and licence terms from very short, in 1 and 2 years, up to 20 years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As the mover, do you want to move into debate? Okay, I've gone questions, so sorry, because I've got Councillor Glanville. You'd already asked questions in this, so are you now moving into debate? Okay, you're going to say yes? All right.
I just wanted to foreshadow that if this motion has lost a alternate motion, which is the motion as printed.
We've already got that with Councillor Grattan for as the original.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to move into debate, or can we put a vote on it? We've asked a lot of questions.
Before we vote, we probably need to see the foreshadowed amendment there.
Okay.
Don't we have to vote on the amendment before the motion? No?
This is the amendment that we're voting on now, which was Councillor De Luca's. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, sorry, right of reply.
Oh, it's too late to say.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. By way of right of reply, I do raise concern that this is a very significant and serious matter that has plagued this council for many, many years and has not been properly regulated nor properly addressed. It concerns me greatly that some of the questions were leading, I feel, to not many people or only one person has objected to the proposal. People have objected to this time and time and time again. It does not matter how many object, it is what is the right thing to do. We have a current investigation on foot. We have numerous complaints over the years, and we have evidence and testimony by council staff that there have been breaches, and yet nothing was substantively done. That should concern any person sitting in this chamber. It is not something that we should be progressing. It is something we should be awaiting an investigation, and then, if it is appropriate to do so, continue with a process. But until that investigation has been finalised, until complainants have been properly heard, I think it is exceptionally unfair to try and pursue this matter. There are numerous, as Mr Pfeiffer has said, other ventures where they have not received 15 years in a lease. Why then are we now seeking to put this out for a tender of 15 years, regardless of who gets the future tender? There are too many questions surrounding this issue. There's too many irregularities, and there's too much lack of action over the years from a regulatory approach to allow this to continue.
Okay, councillors, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Giltnan and De Luca. All those against? Councillor Robins, Williams, Hernjack, Hackman, Glanville, Harvey, Grattan, Dillon, Causey and myself. Declare that lost. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Beaujard. So we have this moved by, the foreshadowed motion moved by Councillor Grattan, seconded by Councillor Beaujard.
And I'm also happy to defer to Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, if they would like to do that as a Kelco Ward councillor instead of myself.
Okay, anyone got any more questions?
Don't care, all good?
Councillor, Have you got a question, Councillor Hackman?
She wants to move it, so that's fine with
Thank you.
me.
So after speaking, excuse my speaking. What I'd like to say is that this is a much loved venue, and while things have changed over the last 10 years and it is no longer a storage facility, so many people in the Curl ward walk down and enjoy time at this venue. Now, I understand there has been one complaint that has been lodged by Mr. Hartcher that we heard from earlier today, and it does sound like he's had a very rough experience, as well as his wife, and I'm deeply sorry for his experiences. However, council is in a strained financial position, and I do not believe that the right decision here tonight is to stop income from this venue when we are in financial dire straits. I also think that this can be dealt with from a compliance perspective. It does not have to shut down this kiosk, this very much loved kiosk. And I think so many people in DY say that this is a beautiful place and that they love to go down there and enjoy looking at the ocean from that location. And I think we're acting in the best interests of our community by making sure that we continue to generate an income from it. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Okay. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. I think one of the first signs of madness is trying to do the same thing and expecting a different result. It's obvious that there are allegations of deliveries happening at a bad time, and Mr. Hutch's story is quite upsetting. This motion gives us the opportunity to change the game. It gives us the opportunity to apply to the minister to reach out and propose a 15-year lease to an operator who will have skin in the game, to create an open tender process, to find an operator that won't create the issues we've seen before, and actually potentially change who runs this community asset. We've heard in the community consultation, and as the councillor who lives closest to this community asset, it is an asset for the community. It fills in a space and it's busy. People are there and they enjoy sitting there right by the beach in between the pool and the strand. And it's a great amenity for the community. I believe this motion actually helps us move forward and come up with a better result than we've had before. And that's why I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Glanville, questions?
No, I had a comment when we move into debate.
Okay, Councillor Causey, questions? Councillor Hackman, have you got questions?
No.
Councillor Hoonjack, have you got questions?
I have one very brief one. I apologise for not including it in the ones before. I just wanted to ask through you, Mayor, to staff, within the generally positive feedback regarding this, I think there was a concern that having such a long lease might lead to an expansion of the current outdoor seating and could potentially have issues with pedestrian access. I just wanted to check if that's something council is aware of and if there'd be measures in place to prevent that type of thing from happening.
Through you, Mayor Hines. That's actually contemplated in our response in the report and outlines that it's not permitted under the current permissible use, and so there's no intention to expand, and our response is that we don't intend to intensify. Thank you.
Okay, any other councillors who wish to speak? Councillor Giltnan.
No, just we were told a little bit before, because I've been through these sorts of things, and as we've been told, a lot of these are like a 2-year lease or a 15-year lease. Mainly those 15-year leases are because whoever's taking over might have to put $100,000 into the business. So he can't have a 5-year lease because he's never going to get his money back. So that's how it pretty much works.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. And Councillor Gilton's comment sort of dovetails with part of what I was going to say, which is that I see the rationale for a longer lease here as being to ideally have a new operator come in who's going to invest some money to refresh what is there and hopefully make it a better offering and better in all senses of the world, a more compliant offering, a refreshed fit out, and I think generally the feedback that I hear from the community is that people like having, you know, the amenity that having a cafe in this location offers. That's not a free for all to then operate in a non-compliant manner, and I've been pretty consistently trying to advocate for more compliance officers to try and get a handle on some of the compliance issues happening in our LGA. But anyway, but I see the best way forward if we have a problem tenant, which is what is being alleged, that the best way to deal with that is to go to an open tender process and find a new solid operator who's going to invest in having a really good business there.
Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to express my sympathies to, I think it's Mr Harcher, is that correct? Who spoke to us earlier about his experiences. It's just not on having trucks making deliveries at 2:30am. And so I'm glad to hear that there is a compliance investigation going on. However, I don't think a compliance issue is a reason for not progressing this issue. And I would just say that I would be concerned that if it just ends up sitting there empty, we could end up with the situation we've had in Avalon where the cafe sat empty for years. So I think that the sooner we get on with this, the better. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I just have a question to the General Manager. I mentioned before that there is a perception of a conflict of interest of council being the actual regulator while at the same time it's receiving money. And a lot of councillors have put an emphasis this evening on revenue. My question is specifically directed to the CEO. In view of the pecuniary interests that council has, in future, could some sort of process be established where if a complaint is received, that it is independently investigated and not by council? Similar to if council has a DA, it's independently assessed.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly understand the question, and I give an undertaking to turn our minds to that issue to ensure that perceived conflicts do not arise or prejudice the proper consideration of the matter. So I'm happy to turn my mind to the issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman, as the original mover, as you have a right to reply.
I'm fine, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard and myself declare that carried.
And I was against.
And sorry, Councillor De Luca's against. Yep, I knew your name came up automatically. Speaking of which, you're the next one. Item notice of motion on e-bikes 14.1.
Thank you. I move the motion as printed.
Okay.
Can I second the motion, Madam Mayor?
Would you accept Councillor Bingham to second it?
Of course.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we've seen recently in the media, sadly, serious accidents continue to happen with children being sent off to the Children's Hospital. Both the community and legislators continue to say, and the police I should say, that there is not enough regulation for these e-bikes for police to be able to act and for local government to be able to act. Even the Children's Hospital issued a media release before Christmas trying to encourage parents not to buy them because of the lack of cognitive ability of children to operate these bikes. The fact that now the state government even seeks to legalise e-scooters is indeed concerning when they haven't even gotten down pat any regulation relating to e-bikes. This is a serious safety issue that is plaguing our community, not just in relation to the safety of riders. We're often seeing kids ride with more than 2 people, 3 people, without helmets, without shoes, but we're actually seeing people in fear of their safety because these bikes, some of which have been illegally tampered with to increase speeds, are going in front of vehicles, as we saw at the intersection of Griffin Road and Pitt Road, or they're jumping on footpaths and causing distress and often collisions. At the present time, as the police have pointed out, there is very little to stop them. Council can't even stop them. We've had complaints on the Narrabeen track. We've had complaints on the Narrabeen Bridge. We've had complaints across the council area and indeed in Manly Corso and throughout Manly particularly. We need to call upon the government to regulate because unfortunately that committee of inquiry with a majority of government members have failed to introduce regulation by way of licensing, insurance, age limits and impounding. So I commend this motion to the councillors in the hope that some reason will take place and that we can advocate to the government to properly regulate.
Councillor Bingham is the seconder.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Quite frankly, I'm just sick and tired of this situation. It's been going on for far too long. It's far too dangerous. And the New South Wales recommendations don't even address the issues that our community is concerned about. They should be regulated. They should have age limits. And as for the speeds, it just beggars belief that you can that you can ride one of these bikes at 25 kilometres per hour on a footpath or a shared path. Shared paths do not work. They don't work for e-scooters, they don't work for e-bikes, and they certainly don't work for these damn throttle bikes. In Manly, we're just seeing the population of these throttle bikes is just increasing overnight. And, well, everybody's just waiting for that accident that we know is going to happen. It is going to happen, and it's just ridiculous that we as a council are expected to try and manage this. We can't manage it. They should be regulated. I think the Speaker in the forum said age, size and skills. Over 16 is obviously the age. The skills, they need to have a proper licence, and they're not even insured. So if there is an accident and a third party is involved, heaven help them. So I really support this motion. We need to get proper regulatory scheme in place before we do anything else.
Okay, any questions? Oh,
Sorry, I was going to talk.
sorry, yeah. No, move a second out where anyone else wants to speak. Councillor Giltman.
Yeah, I was at a petrol station the other day and there was 3 young bloods there on their bikes, and I approached them and just said, geez, that's 3 fancy bikes you got there, boys. And they said, oh yeah, they're fantastic, mister. I said, what sort of speeds do you get on them? He says, oh, we can get 50 on the flat ground, but I can get 60 on a little bit of an incline. I've got it up to 60. I said, geez, that's got to be done. You don't go on the footpath, do you? And they said, oh, no, we try and stay off them as much as we can because it's pretty dangerous if we hit someone. I said, yeah, that's a good idea to stay off the footpaths. I just can't believe that anybody could even think about having these people driving on a footpath.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. If we are in debate, I have an amendment that should be with governance that I'd like to move, please. I believe that's the extent of it. Happy to speak once we have a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Glanville.
I didn't even have a hand. I do. In my heart.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just quickly go through my concerns with the original motion and why I feel this amendment is needed. I believe at this point, unfortunately, since we weren't able to consider this at the previous few meetings, it's now outdated given the movement the state action has had on the e-microbility action plan and in terms of e-bike and e-scooter legislation in general. I think it might also be a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to a very genuine problem, but I think it goes too far and is incredibly punitive on young people specifically, and for those, especially those under 16 who rely on e-bikes or e-scooters to maintain their independence, to get to work. For example, my younger sister who is 14 uses it to get to work, and you know, a lot of young people are doing the right thing. They ride on the road if they're too old to, they wear their helmets, and they make sure to follow the rules. Unfortunately, young people are continuously singled out for the bad behaviour of some, and I think what this amendment will do is help us understand the findings of the inquiry and allow us to have a bit more of a deliberative process for considering what our response might be as a council to what the state government has proposed. I think specifically the reference to potential registration, insurance and regulation of e-bikes is excessive. I don't think it would be enforceable by state, certainly not by council. And like I said, it's another thing that punishes young people who certainly wouldn't be able to afford the cost of registering an e-bike, whatever that would be. I think I'd also just want to note the council's previous and current actions to address the issue of e-bikes, which include our code campaign, the advocacy we've already made to the state government on this issue. And I think as a council, we've certainly advocated more so than we needed to, certainly more so than other councillors have. And I think for us to continue pushing this won't get us anywhere. I think if we want to have real constructive discussion with the state government, we need to take our time and consider what we might do as a response. So yeah, I've moved this motion basically to see what staff might think is reasonable for us to go back to the state government with, and also for the benefit of councillors like myself who aren't across all the detail of the inquiry, so we can find out what's actually been proposed. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. And look, thank you to Councillor De Luca for the original motion. I think we all want people to be safe on the streets, and I think that there is a real problem that some e-bike riders, they aren't acting in a way that's considerate of how other people use public space. On the other hand, there are aspects of the original motion that I don't feel comfortable with. For example, limiting it to people 16 or over. It's sort of not clear to me on an evidence base why children younger than that would be unable to ride them, and certainly the feedback I have from a lot of young people and parents is that they really value having their independence. A lot of parents, mums are really valuing not having to ferry their kids to school and to sport on the weekends and that their kids are independently getting themselves around. And certainly it is nice to see young people riding their bike rather than staying at home as I did and not going outside. So I think that we really should avoid problematising young people too much in this situation. I think a lot of the suggestions which the original motion wants to look at, like education and insurance, were matters that the inquiry considered. I'm concerned that we aren't sort of trying to make policy on the run in an area that isn't really council's core legislative kind of area. I mean, certainly I'm very supportive of us advocating, but I think it does need to be through sort of a more considered process that isn't kind of, I've been accused in the past of policy on the run, and I'm trying to learn my lesson by having a more considered approach to the policy positions I'm bringing to the chamber. And I think taking a little bit of a step back to get the staff's review of the e-bike inquiry findings and understanding their professional opinion on where they see the gaps as being, and having an opportunity for us as a chamber to kind of collaborate on what we're all kind of comfortable with advocating for to the state government. We have done a lot of advocacy on this past, and I note that 2 of our staff actually gave expert evidence at the inquiry, and so council has been very active in trying to raise these issues, but I think we just need to regroup after the inquiry and go from there.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I've got you up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Hernjack, would you be prepared to add a briefing, that the councillors have a briefing, and I guess to what Councillor Glanville just said, where we can actually all sit and discuss rather than use the chamber for an hour's collaborative discussion with regarding the findings and then discussing the advocacy, but rather have the discussion and then put it into the report that comes back.
Okay, so someone has to so Councillor Grattan, do you want to take your light off for a moment?
So he's back.
Oh, okay, excellent, thank you.
I've
got you.
I'd be happy with that if Councillor Glanville is as well, and I would encourage all councillors to come to that briefing. I think it would be very worthwhile, and we can have some really good discussions about what we can do as a council. Thanks.
Councillor Glanville? Sorry?
That's fine. I'm happy for us to get a briefing as the next step.
So a report and a briefing, or a briefing and a report?
Perhaps through the CEO we could look for somewhere like we have the briefing first, and as a consequence of the briefing, it makes the report.
Okay, all right, excellent. Councillor Grattan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think I'm going to speak a bit to and against. I'm a bit got a foot in both sides. I really appreciate some of the safety issues that we're seeing with the e-bikes and e-scooters, the kids racing by on the footpaths, no helmets, 2 or 3 to a bike, often not wearing protective clothing, the speed that they seem to be able to disable the speed limiters, etc., etc. However, our young people are really limited in their way to get around public transport. We know how bad the buses are at the moment, the limits on mobility in other ways. It's fabulous to see the kids active, riding their bikes, these bikes to school, and getting out of cars and reducing the number of parents driving, particularly to high school. The kids are active, they're off screens, and I think the other thing that we need to think about as council is having the appropriate infrastructure and separated cycleways so that there is a safe way for kids to get around on these bikes that aren't competing with pedestrians. And I know how difficult that is, retrofitting that sort of infrastructure into our existing road systems. So I think on balance, as I'm working this through in my head, I do support that coming to a briefing, because I think it is quite, it's complex, and I think we don't want to jump to a solution without having had the chance to have a discussion around some of it. You know, our young people getting around and being mobile is absolutely liberating for them, and it's fabulous. You know, just seeing them getting down to their touch footy games down at the Oval without their parents, and seeing that young joy is wonderful sight to be seen. But yeah, I don't appreciate when I tell the boys driving past to put a helmet on and then they abuse me. That's not so much fun. So for and against, but happy to bring to a briefing as an interim step.
Okay, thank you. So I've now got Councillor Harvey, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Causey, just so that you know in which order I've got you down. Councillor Harvey, someone has to release their light.
Love the weeds of this debate. Don't we love to have a debate about e-bikes? Look, I think a lot of important points have already been said, and I'll try not to reiterate any of them in the interest of time. I just wanted to share a perspective emailed to me by resident Scott Reynolds, who's a Manly local, and he wrote to an article in the Tawny Frogmouth called "Bikes are the Solution, Not the Problem, a wake-up call for pedestrians on Manly's shared paths." Now, I wouldn't go that far to say that all pedestrians need to wake up, but I would advocate that cyclists have for a long time gotten the short end of the stick. We've all been frustrated by being stuck behind a cyclist on the road before. And, you know, this e-bike realm is very new to us all. And when big changes and shifts, and especially when young people in society gain more autonomy, it is a breeding ground for moral panic, as I think Councillor Hernjack alluded to before. So I'd just like to put forward a reminder that many more cyclists, I hazard a guess that many more cyclists and pedestrians are killed by cars every year, every day, probably every hour, than by e-bikes. And that shared path etiquette needs to extend to pedestrians as well, because pedestrians need to probably somewhat accept that e-bikes, at least in the interim, are on these paths. So we need to be aware, and we need to keep our eyes off our phones when we are walking around. But I'd just like to finally mention that we don't punish all drivers when one speeds, nor do we punish or ridicule all drivers when one doesn't wear their seatbelt. So it's interesting to just acknowledge the doublethink that happens when we ridicule young kids with e-bikes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. As councillors would be aware, this motion has actually been on the books now for several months. The New South Wales Government and the Minister are currently working on the response, which is actually due on the 13th of May. 13th of May. That's in relation to the 34 recommendations of the inquiry. So that does not give this council enough time to actually make a proper submission. This matter is urgent and has, as I said, been on the books for a long time. It is not a policy knee-jerk reaction. It is about safety. Safety of our community, and indeed the very cyclists who sadly many lack the cognitive ability to be able to compete on our busy roadways. And that is reflected in the accident statistics and reflected by the New South Wales Police's comments and the local police's comments. Councillor Harvey alludes to that not all speeding offences and other driving offences are prosecuted. But the difference here is the police and the courts have the legislative responsibility and the powers to actually enforce, whereas police and rangers have no power whatsoever, really, to prosecute a matter involving a child or involving a person who commits an illegal act on an e-bike. We've seen the proliferation of e-scooters across the council area, and particularly the Sutherland Shire council area, and yet no prosecutions have occurred. Why do we think that is? So, it is essential that this matter be dealt with tonight. It is an urgent matter. If we don't deal with it tonight, it is a lost matter because the government is already working on its response and we need to advocate now. There is nothing in this proposal that is not in keeping with what our community wants. We have seen it through letters to the Tawny Frogmouth. We have seen it in the numerous articles by the Northern Beaches Advocate, the Manly Daily and other local publications and indeed metropolitan media. This is about safety, it is to stop dangerous conduct and it is to prevent death. And any other action is irresponsible and shows a lack of due consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey. I had you next.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't think that the government's response on the 13th is going to be the last word on this, and I would much prefer us to make a considered decision and perhaps submission to the government, even if it's past the 13th, than be making something that basically isn't based on evidence. I think the prohibition for those under 16 years of age, I think most of us recognise that young boys perhaps don't have the cognitive ability of an adult, but what that age is, I'm not sure. I certainly don't know off the top of my head, and I wouldn't have had time over the last week to actually find that out for myself. As Councillor Hernjack said, I haven't had time to look into all those recommendations. I know, for example, the idea of carrying one more passenger on an e-bike. Well, I know in the Netherlands, you get whole families riding on a push bike. So, what is the limit? I don't know. I don't know what what that should be. I think all of us recognise that e-bikes are, there's certainly accidents waiting to happen, and they are happening, and incredibly dangerous, and a lot of us have had encounters with them ourselves. But I don't think that putting in sending the government a letter that isn't necessarily based on evidence is the right way to go. And I'd also note the fear of e-bikes. I do think it's not so much an issue of controlling them, but an issue of regulating. I mean, when trains first appeared a couple of hundred years ago, people thought that, we were going to die, or they were going to die because of the speed that they travelled at, which was, I can't remember what it was, but it was incredibly low at that point. So I think this is something we do have to develop, maybe not controls, but we have to develop a way of dealing with this situation and work out where they're going to be allowed to ride, who's allowed to ride them, how we educate the people who are going to ride them, how we, are they going to be registered? But I would like to be able to do that with reference to the government inquiry, where our council staff have already presented our point of view, and take it from there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I might just make a point of view myself on this amendment. If I reflect back on the many times that we've actually spoken about e-bike safety and issues here, and I think Northern Beaches Council can quite rightly feel a little bit proud of itself for the fact that it was for our advocacy right from the word go. If my memory serves me correct, we got a letter from the state government telling us it was a Northern Beaches problem because it was a problem of affluence, and only those that were affluent could actually afford e-bikes. And we were already anticipating that this was going to spread, and it certainly has. And I'd like to think in a way that the reason the public inquiry actually occurred was because of the constant advocacy of council. With the many recommendations that have come back, and I know that I've had to already comment via the media on some of them, I don't necessarily agree with all of them, and I'm very aware that Councillor De Luca did write this a couple of months ago before the inquiry was actually then released with its recommendations. I'm very aware that state and federal levels have been looking at it from their own angles and certainly have put a lot of thought in the recommendations, things that we don't think about, for example, lithium batteries and the recycling of those batteries have certainly come up in the recommendations. There certainly is issues about the legislative reforms that are needed, and they need to agree, obviously, the different levels of government. And we're very aware of the issues of what can and can't be policed. And of course, none of that is something that we can decide on. We advocate, which we have been, but the reality of it is that as a council, I do agree that I think we need to actually have a bit of a discussion and a report back very succinctly from our Transport Department, who obviously understand the issue quite well, to see what else and how else we can make a difference on this particular topic. So I'll be supporting this amendment. And okay, with that, I think I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Bajode and myself. Those against, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman and Councillor DeLuca. Declare that carried. Becomes a substantive motion.
I would just like to speak to the substantive motion.
Just hold on a moment. Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. I just want to address some misstatements. I take great offence that the comments that were made regarding the lack of evidence. Any person who reads the testimony as well as the submissions to the inquiry would be aware that experts and the police and emergency services testified and also made submissions, all raising the concerns about dangerous conduct and the lack of regulation and the ability to properly regulate. As you stated, this motion has been in for months, and yet certain councillors have not thought to go online like I did and read comprehensively the report of the parliamentary inquiry as well as the testimony. As I said, the government is responding by the 14th of February. I think that it is concerning that this council does not have a set position and supports our community and the many people within our community who have raised serious concerns as to safety. And I can only hope that we do not see more tragedies occur between now and your briefing, and that this council, I hope, is not seen as ineffectual on this matter, because I do think we have failed to act on a very serious safety issue that we should have been acting on months ago, to a substantive approach and not just an education approach, but advocating for legislative reform.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, myself. Those against, Councillor Giltman and Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Dillon. Four. Okay, sorry. Declare that carried. Next item is 14.3, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Harvey.
Governance should hopefully have an amended version of that replaces bullets 1 to 5 with new 1 to 4.
Do you want to explain the changes a little bit?
Yes. So thank you to the councillors who have provided me with feedback on the original wording of the motion. I think that constructive feedback led me to a point where it was clear that councillors wanted to look at the overall strategy concerning the Manly Environment Centre and what we're doing with our environment centres, particularly in light of our Circular Economy Strategy 2040, where we're looking to create a circular economy hub. And so this amended version is to look at sort of the opportunities and benefits generally around how we're delivering the Manly Environment Centre, and then looking at some other than recommendations that flow through that, such as talking to the community, whether we have space that can accommodate it, or whether we should, for example, be planning a new facility and including that in a contributions plan, given that, for example, with the growth that we can expect in Brookvale, there may be opportunities to have development contributions, and then looking at potential budget considerations such as costs, funding sources. I note that the Manly Environment Levy has unspent funds that could potentially be used towards this, and other revenue sources if the services that were provided by Manly Environment Centre were to hypothetically include activities that were revenue generating. To talk to the substantive reason, we heard from Keela Lamb, who's probably one of our community's most dedicated environmentalists, what the Manly Environment Centre has meant to the community over the last 30 odd years. So much of what we take for granted in the Northern Beaches area were initiatives of Manly Environment Centre, and not just Manly Environment Centre, but the community members and volunteers who dedicated their time to that centre. They weren't paid staff, they were community members who saw a problem, were concerned about it, and used the resources at the MEC to come up with a plan and implement it. Things like Ocean Care Day, our underwater photography competition, our Little Penguin Waters, the Cabbage Tree Bay No Take Zone. These are all initiatives that the think tank of the community came up with at the Manly Environment Centre. And so I think that it's important for us to take stock of the strengths of Manly Environment Centre, the good things that it's been able to deliver, and then also think about what the centre can be into the future. What does the community need an environment centre to deliver in 2025? I think that we can continue to mobilise the community and rely on their sort of volunteer hours and thoughts to solve their own problems rather than needing council staff to do it for them. So I commend this motion to you.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
I think my most compelling piece of evidence in support of this motion is the fact that myself, as a greenie and a lover of Manly Library, never knew that we had the Environment Centre there, and neither did my friend who actually volunteered at the library for many years. It's almost unbelievable. So in 2020, the Manly Environment Centre had its location on Belgrave shut. In 2021, it was relocated to the new position, and which was deemed and meant to be its new home on a temporary basis. Well, it's been nearly 4 years, and it seems that the space is perhaps under-marketed or underutilised because no one knows it's there, despite all the fantastic opportunities and the history from the MEC that we've heard about. You can see from the attachment on the table, as well from the words of Councillor Glanville and Keela Lamb, all the accomplishments of this community hub. The MEC works in conjunction with the Narrabeen Coastal Environment Centre, and in the last 3 months they hosted about 4,000 students and community members. And while our CEC is largely focused on school-based education and obviously the coast, the MEC has historically stored more complex scientific resources and focused on larger themes of climate and sustainability, which are only becoming more important to our beaches residents. These two drop-in centres may work together, but they have different functions and serve different communities, which are equally important. I really support a report back to Council so we can collaborate on an ongoing strategy on how to best reinvigorate the MEC and also whether the space it currently occupies is being fully utilised. If some of you are sitting there thinking, oh, this is an expense that should be rationalised, to that I would argue that this is what we're trying to do. A report back on the benefits of this organisation and how it could achieve more visibility or bang for its buck, because we are undoubtedly already spending money on it. I personally can envisage this becoming a very colourful, much-loved community space where people can drop in and receive advice on sustainability or hear about council's initiatives. It could also be one of those fated third spaces for young people that we love to talk about but not really provide. There is a local group of young people called Wastebusters who host beach cleanups in Manly. I think some of them are as young as 12, and I'm sure they would love to have a space to learn from more wizened environmentalists, and that the likes of Keela Lamb would have a lot to teach them. Remember, this motion is just gathering research that we need to have an informed conversation. So I hope you'll all support it and we can continue further discussions around this awesome space. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Councillor Grattan?
I was just going to speak briefly to the motion.
Anyone have any questions before we move into debate? Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Glanville and Councillor Harvey for adjusting this motion. I was one of the people who had a conversation, and I think we need to look at the Manly Environment Centre more strategically. So I think relocation was too narrow. What does that look like? What are those options available to us? I think we need to do that work and have an understanding. Clearly, it doesn't work buried in the top of the library with no visibility. It was great to hear from Ms Lamb about all of the work that the Manly Environment Centre had done and some amazing initiatives, largely with volunteer in community resources. And so providing a facility to enable that, I think that's an interesting thing we could talk about. And I would also like to look at whether there is duplication now that we're one council, whether it would make more sense to co-locate in Collaroy with the education services we're providing on environment to schools, or indeed whether there is, as per the waste strategy, a circular economy hub, and it could be amalgamated there with information about solar energy and so forth, meeting those other goals of some of the other strategies. So I think it's good timing to have a look at this strategically and understand, what's our financial position, what can we afford, what are the benefits and costs, what are the options. And I really like that idea of co-locating a third space, because that's something, we don't have a lot of community space in Manly, and maybe that's another opportunity. So happy to investigate and support this amended motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll support the motion. It was actually many years ago that I sat in the lounge room of Keela Lamb with the brilliant Judy Risers and other environmentalists to actually save the Manly Environment Centre, which faced closure. They asked me for pro bono legal advice at the time, which I happily gave and spent many weeks on this. I totally agree that unfortunately it is no longer in a prominent place, nor is it receiving the support that it once did. And perhaps following on from what Councillor Grattan stated, that if co-location can occur and it put in a more prominent place, that might certainly assist with a greater strategic direction. And also, I think it is important to look at existing community spaces. Yes, we are facing financial constraints and we're asking ratepayers for a 40% rate rise. So it is important that we are prudent in economic and financial management. So definitely co-location in a prominent area I support, and I look forward to the report.
Okay, with that, I think we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing, sorry. Just 77% of residents want us to protect the environment, and in line with the Waste and Circular Economy Strategy and Protect, Create and Live that were developed in consultation with the community, I believe that this motion reflects the values of the community. And I know that my community has felt very frustrated with the lack of action as we've looked at other councils who have community spaces to connect. And I really support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ackerman. Okay, with that, we're going to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Thank you. Next one, 14.6. Councillor De Luca.
Councillor Hernjack's motion, but I have questions.
Oh, sorry, you pulled it out. So you're moving it as is? Oh.
Because the councillor pulls a notice of motion out, I think precedence still is given to the mover of the notice of motion.
Yeah, just double checking whether you're going to be only asking questions or putting suggestions of amendments forward.
No, I'm majoritively in favour of it, but I do have a question.
Okay, all right. No, Councillor Hernjack, please, describe the notice of motion that you've put forward.
Can do. Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to thank some of the other councillors who gave me the time to provide feedback on this motion and also on 14.7 yesterday. I've largely taken that feedback on board, and I appreciate that it's now made it a bit more clear as to what this aims to do, which is to basically ensure best practice modern slavery avoidance. As a council, we obviously have an obligation to report how we try to avoid modern slavery, and that's an annual reporting requirement of the council under the Modern Slavery Act 2018. I'm sure that council already does a fantastic job at doing this, and ideally this motion would come back to say the same thing. Our council has declared a climate emergency, and we should reasonably endeavour to find out the implications of capturing environmentally and socially harmful policies in our procurement and contracts policy, where feasible and as determined by staff. This motion is intended to fill in the gaps of the existing policy and include new considerations around conflict areas where reasonable. I believe that including definitions of modern slavery in line with our state and federal counterparts will help refine the aspirations of the current document and aim for best practice. This is an issue that comes with a large risk exposure for council, both reputationally and financially, and I believe our community would expect us to take all reasonable steps to avoid this where possible. I believe that this report would be a sensible suggestion for us to consider, and I hope you can also see the benefits of being aspirational in our efforts to avoid modern slavery practices within our procurement and contracts policy, which is considered the largest touch point for this issue within local government. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, have you got anything you'd like to add? You're fine. Oh, yes.
Oh, no, I do. Thank you. So we are obviously committed to best practice here at Northern Beaches. Unfortunately, best practice in a neoliberal society often coincides with modern slavery and exploitation, not that we would ever implicitly try to be involved. I'll quickly define neoliberalism because it seemed to cause some drama a couple of meetings ago and I'm not sure why. Neoliberalism refers to free market capitalism, deregulation and reduced government spending. It's not a radical idea to identify Australia as a neoliberal state. It's pretty much accepted fact. All right, so we are neoliberal and that means we desire the best prices. Unfortunately, someone or something always pays. In modern slavery, this is usually women or children or our lovely environment. Now, this is continuing. Modern slavery is modern for a reason because the profits that private enterprises receive from modern slavery are going up year by year. Now, what's the relevance to our council? Well, my council-issued device is an iPhone. I dare say there's a little bit of the Congo in there, but I don't have concrete evidence for that. So for a more specific example, there is a detention camp in China detaining the Uyghur people. This camp uses modern slavery and subjects its prisoners to torture that has been described as genocidal. Last year, The Guardian uncovered that Australia does import from this camp, and in fact, car batteries and parts for trains from this camp were acquired and used by a state government. Oh no, I'm sure they also use best practice. I would also like to note that this occurred 5 years after the Modern Slavery Act was created, so this shows how easily slips can happen in a very complex global supply chain, and why we as a council shouldn't just rely on higher levels of legislation to eliminate unethical procurement. Oh, I'm really running out of time here. Lest we use our hundreds of millions of tax dollars for horrific practices. It's important to recognise that some of the most common materials associated with modern slavery intersect with council operations, such as components for solar panels, electric car batteries, and most notably, construction materials that are really hard to track when it comes to responsible supply chain procurement. I'm going to let this speech stand in support for this motion, as well as 14.7, which approaches a similar concept but from the investment side of things. I sincerely thank Councillor Hernjack for his close work with staff and the CEO. He's been working on this for over a month and has now amended as well with consultation from other councillors, for providing us with these motions that create an exciting opportunity for us to explore the higher levels of ethical conduct that our council says that we aim for. I'm really keen to read the details of these reports, so I really hope we all support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
As much as I admire my Green Party colleagues, I'm against this motion. I think that even if we have all the reports in the world, it won't change from having things slip through the net. I think that in this particular situation that we're in financially, we've got to sometimes hold our nose and get on with business. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question's in relation to what Council does already. For the benefit of the public and councillors, could Council please outline exactly what is done when investigating either a tenderer or prior to the execution of a contract?
Through the CEO to the CFO.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the Council has incorporated modern slavery issues within its policy, which was adopted in December 2022. As part of that, we've also attached a modern slavery framework, which sets out the process that we follow when we undertake procurement. And that includes, we have a checklist for staff. We have templates built into our request for quote and tender processes. It's built into our contract terms now. We also have a lot of staff awareness around the issue. There's been training that's rolled out to staff, and we report each year in the annual report all the measures that we're undertaking each year to ensure that we're not knowingly contributing to the issue of modern slavery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And in relation to clause 1C, if it's still the same, no. Just about council's CEO be satisfied that the current procurement Do you currently do that? Or your delegates?
Through you, Chair, could we just seek clarification? I don't see it listed in the amended version.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. So it's out of the amendment, but do you currently, the Chief Executive or their delegate, Do you satisfy yourselves that the current procurement and contracts policy reflects these aspirations, apply reasonable endeavours to explore options and budget settings for setting best practice targets for modern slavery compliance performance, reporting on modern slavery risks in its own operation and supply chains?
Through you, Chair, yes, we are comfortable that we're meeting the legislative requirements, and as the CFO mentioned, there has been a rollout to training, and we have a centre-led procurement team that have oversight to check from a compliance perspective.
Is it envisaged that this would actually amount to any financial costs or excessive staff time, noting your earlier advice regarding my request for mere financial documents and transactions? Would this take excessive staff time or actual costs to furnish this report?
Through you, Chair, I would take that and talk to the procurement manager to understand it, but we would certainly undertake to pull together the information that we have from a current compliance perspective as a compilation exercise to demonstrate what's been considered here, ultimately for the council to consider.
So you don't see this as burdensome in any way and easy to...
Through you, Chair, I'd need to talk to the procurement manager. I don't want to suggest anything on their behalf, but I don't see anything that we would not be able to compile here.
Thank you. May I speak in favour now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll speak in favour of the motion. Having sat through several federal and state parliamentary inquiries into modern slavery, it is indeed concerning that sadly this still does not just occur in communist and socialist dominated countries, but we've seen it in Australia. We've seen the sweatshops in factories, we've seen underage children being used, and not just for this, what we think is normal practice, but for prostitution services as well. We, as elected bodies and elected representatives, always have a responsibility to, I think, do what is right, but is always seen to be right. And that is what I have reiterated throughout the night and throughout numerous council meetings. Our community, I think, would find abhorrent what some of the witnesses have given testimony to over the years in relation to slavery. I think our community would expect us to ensure the utmost highest ethical practices in relation to this matter. I don't see the report as burdensome in any way, and I don't think it should be dismissed just out of hand, because it is a very serious matter that we need to take due consideration of. It does concern me that these issues, despite the United Nations and the European Union continually raising concerns, particularly in relation to China, but other communist and socialist countries, that they keep getting away with it. We shouldn't have to be on constant guard to make sure that ethical practice is being done. These countries should be being held account by the United Nations, the European Union, and other superpowers that purport to have so much power. But that is not happening. So I certainly support this report. I thank Councillor Hernjack for bringing this very important matter before the Chamber, and I look forward, hopefully, to the Chamber supporting having a mere report on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, you were next. You've withdrawn. Councillor Grattan?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also condemn modern slavery in supply chains and was actually quite involved when the legislation, the federal legislation, was put together and Department of Home Affairs gave briefings on modern slavery and the meaning and some training on the meanings of the laws and how companies could satisfy themselves with the risk-based approach that the legislation takes. I'm very pleased that we are already complying with legislation and the explanation from the CFO about the processes and practices that we have in place already and the training that we've rolled out. So I'm going to take quite a practical approach with this, that we're already complying with the legislation. It sounds like we have got some good practices there, and I do recall that being discussed, you know, as contracts have come up, tenders have come up. I remember that when the cleaning contract came up, we had a discussion around modern slavery and how do we protect against that when that matter was discussed. And the other thing that I'll note is, again, with a practical approach, is when you're looking at the consequences of some of the ways that you can ensure that you've got compliance with this, is to only then procure from companies that also comply with the legislation and have modern slavery statements published. And what that means is you start just procuring from the largest and biggest companies that meet those thresholds, which at one point I think was $100 million of turnover. And a lot of the businesses in our local area who currently supply to council might then be at a disadvantage just by the way that we can monitor and manage that. So I think taking the approach that we have is a strong approach, it's a compliant approach, it's a practical approach that doesn't then add additional resources into something that is already compliant with current legislation. So while I really thank Councillor Hernjack for his amendment, I think it's a much stronger motion for it, I will still be voting against this notice of motion.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Look, what am I doing? I will just say a couple of things quickly. I do think that, yes, that's great if we comply with the legislation, but there's no reason that we can't expect a higher standard of ourselves and aim for a higher standard. There's also the issue of the risk of procurement from disputed territories. It's very difficult in areas that are perhaps experiencing wars at the moment or conflict of any description to perhaps be measuring the standards of or how much slavery is happening in those countries. And so this is actually covering a base that we aren't actually at the moment. And I actually think that's really important. So, yeah, that's all I'll say. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hernjack, any last words before we put this to the vote?
Thanks everyone for your consideration of this motion. I think I'll just use my right of reply to reiterate that this would be a report that I believe wouldn't cause unnecessary impost on council time or resources. I would agree with what Councillor Causey said about, why should we not try and aspire to be better? It's one thing to be compliant with state legislation, but I think as a council, that council could cover every single issue under the sun when it comes to exposure to modern slavery. But I think that by improving the policy, we could take steps to really fine-tune what our aspirations are. And I think, yeah, that new addition of capturing risk of procurement from disputed territories adds something new to the policy. So there's no duplication of the existing one, and I think that's a separate aspect to our compliance with the state legislation. I would encourage councillors to see what that report comes back with.
Councillor De Luca and Councillor Causey, all those against. Councillor Williams, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Berjard, myself and Councillor Robins. Oh, of course. Haven't had one of these for a little while. Okay, I'm going to vote against. And the reason I'll vote against, even though I don't necessarily have to say why, is because I know we're already doing this. I remember the discussion back in 2022. I do remember the whole issues about discussing how the cleaning contractors are. I don't think we have any major issues in any holes, and also very aware that if anything does come through, whether federally or state legislation says we have to comply anyway. So I don't think this is a big issue for us. Declare that lost. Okay, next one. 14.7, Councillor Hernjack again. And seconded by, who hasn't had one? Councillor Harvey? There we go.
Thanks, Mayor. In terms of ethical investment, this is another policy that I had the privilege of working with some other councillors around the table on improving, and I feel like where we're at now is not only feasible, but I think it's a reasonable approach to take, especially given the importance our community places on the environment. I believe Councillor Hackman said 77%. And similarly, it's important for ratepayers to have confidence that their rate money isn't being used to invest in these environmentally or socially harmful activities where it's avoidable and reasonable for council to be aware of. I think that they would expect us to take those reasonable steps to avoid these investments, and I think this report would illustrate the potential opportunities for us as a council to really practice ethical and environmental stewardship without us impacting our investment portfolio or our investment obligations as set by the Minister for Local Government. I would note that many councils in New South Wales have minimum requirements for environmentally and socially responsible investments, and their policies include reference to avoiding harmful activities that are not consistent with their council's aims or the community's expectations where feasible within their policies. I really believe that council could benefit from a report of including similar considerations within our own investment policy, and would reiterate that this motion does not commit council to any policy or operational changes, and would of course rely on consultation with the ARIC, for which I appreciate Councillor Grattan walking me through the process that takes. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor DeLuca, you pulled this out.
Sorry, do I get to speak as the seconder?
Yes, I just want to double check. Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Look, I think I made majority of my arguments in my previous support for the previous motion. I think we've all seen how much our council has in investments. It's not a measly amount, and it's locked away in these AAA, whatever rated funds. And yeah, wouldn't it be lovely if we could put some of these into areas that our community is passionate about, like our environment, more forward-thinking ways of investing, if you will. I'm not going to flog a dead horse if people are going to oppose this on an ideological basis, that we don't want to duplicate processes. But again, reiterate, this is a report where we can all read it, look at any potential, or perhaps there will be no potential for more ethical investment. But I personally would enjoy reading the opportunities that we have, if there are any. And I get angry when people deny me good information. I want the information. It's a fantastic motion. And again, I really thank Ethan for his hard work on this. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity for us to invest our hard-earned pennies. Thank you.
Okay, so, questions of the staff. I'm very aware you pulled it out, Councillor DeLuca. So were you pulling it out to ask questions?
Thank you. Yes, similar to my previous questions, very bad grammar at this late stage of the night, do council staff or the ARIC already check for these provisions?
Through the CEO to the CFO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So our current investment policy states where everything is the same, the credit rating, the return that we will get, that we will invest in an institution that doesn't invest in fossil fuels. So that's our current situation. So it changes from month to month, but between sort of 30 to 40% of the portfolio would be in investment institutions that don't invest in fossil fuels.
Any other questions?
Me.
So was there an
There's a
answer to
question
the
about
on
ARIC.
ARIC?
And the ARIC review our investment policy each year. We review the investment policy each year with our investment advisor, and we take that to the ARIC for their consideration. So that happens in December each year.
Has ARIC identified any problems in the past?
No, not around this matter.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the CEO, is there the prospect of us being able to explore some of this at the planning weekend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The weekend is for you. It wouldn't be what we'd recommend to be the first item to discuss.
Councillor Gratian.
Again, I'm going to take a practical approach. The investment policy, as I discussed with Councillor Hernjack the other day, is something that the ARIC and then the council review annually. I think it comes towards the end of the year. We did make some changes previously to include, as the CFO mentioned, I think that was in relation to Councillor Glanville putting up something a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken. But when you look at the investment report, and I think we can see the investment report is mainly large financial institutions with term deposits. We are not really investing in securities. There's a lot of limits into what we can put money into. So these are fairly, safe standard of investments. So I don't see a need for a separate process, separate to a process that we already do annually, that the staff are geared up to do. I think they've got enough on at the moment than to have to go in and delve into this out of cycle. And I don't think that it is a material issue for us at this stage, given we've already got some protections against fossil fuels in there. Happy to alert the ARIC when the investment policy comes up for discussion, whether that's me still on ARIC or another councillor. Suggest we look at it at that point rather than needing to create this separate process. So I appreciate the motion and its intention, but just in terms of practicality and what exactly it all means, I think I'll be voting against at this stage.
I just want to make a comment.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
I just through you, Mayor, I'm just wondering from staff, do we report anywhere on the percentage and where they are, where our investments are made ethically?
Can I ask Councillor Glanville? Yeah, sorry, I've actually got your names. I think I've captured all of you. Yeah, no, it's all right.
No, that information is not included in our investment report to council.
Look, I'd actually like to make an amendment to this or ask Councillor Hernjack if he'd take something on board for this motion, that staff report to us the actual percentage of investments that are made ethically and where those investments are made. Would you consider that?
I'd be happy to accept that if staff think that that would be possible, given how we currently define ethical investments.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. Mr. CEO?
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor Causey, would that be item 1C, so that would be incorporated into the report that talks about that?
So I think take out staff report, the percentage without to us. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's much better.
And where, well, what type of investments they are, you know.
Well, wouldn't that be dependent on what you define as ethical? And that's the problem, isn't it? It could be viewed as one or two ways. Well, everyone might have a different perception of what ethical actually means.
Under the current rules. Okay. Can I just make a comment as well?
Well, we're not into debate. I'm still kind of going from questions at the moment because I still need to invite is it a question or a statement?
Statement.
All right, we're in debate. Okay, Councillor Robin, sorry, I'm just going to move around at the moment because I just feel we're starting to lose the plot here a bit.
Sure.
We've only got a couple to go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to thank Councillor Hernjack for the notice of motion, and I truly appreciate the intent. But like with Councillor Grattan, I've got to be practical. As we know, we review our policies very regularly. This particular policy gets reviewed every year. It goes to ARIC. We have the ARIC meet on a very regular basis, and it's very forefront when they go through the investments. And so, as Councillor Grattan said, to create another process, I just think it probably isn't as efficient as what is already is. So I understand your intent and appreciate it, but I just think what we have at the moment seems to be working to that level. So.
Okay, Councillor Glanville. Councillor Glanville, I had your initials down. Okay, Councillor Causey, can you take yours off for a moment?
Thanks. As someone who worded the current version of the line in this policy, it's pretty weak, and it was weak at the time when I introduced the wording because I felt it was the best compromise that I was going to achieve at the time. But at the end of the day, I think the problem with what our current policy wording is on environment and social responsibility in our investment is that it provides no impetus to divest. It's very forward-looking about when we're making investment decisions. It's about what we do at that time. It doesn't put any impetus on us to be backward-looking at what investments we currently have and whether they meet the ethical and environmental responsibilities that we feel. And we would only select an ESG investment if there's no, if it's equal to one that's a fossil fuels investment or some other sort of investment. There's no impetus under the current policy wording to prioritise investments that demonstrate environmental and social responsibility and to consider, for example, taking a slightly lower or different type of benefit from that investment to prioritise our social and environmental responsibility rather than short-term financial gain. And I do note that most ESG investment portfolios tend to perform as well or outperform other portfolios because their risk is lower because they're more thoughtful about how they're exposed to problems like climate change. My feeling is that our remit as councillors is to make a policy call about what we consider it ethical to invest council's funds in. While ARIC performs a very useful role, it's never going to recommend a visionary change like this. It will make recommendations on risk, it will make recommendations on legality, but it's never going to recommend to us, you are doing something unethical right now. It's never going to say to us, you're not putting climate change as your number one consideration. And that's not its role. I wouldn't expect an ARIC, and I think ARIC would be going beyond its role if it was to give us a recommendation like this. It's there to consider risk, but it's for us as councillors and our remit to think about whether we are putting ethics, environment, climate change at the forefront of how we make decisions, because at the end of the day, our investments are not just a financial return in the short term, but the long term. And how we invest our money changes the economy that we live in, and how our economy exists also affects our environment, which has long-term economic implications, if nothing else, if we're not managing climate risk through our investments. So
Thank you, Councillor
when's the right
Glanville.
time for this? Now is the right time for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Glanville. I might make a comment on this as well, because I feel quite conflicted about it. Honestly, I believe that we should always be investing in obviously ethical investments, especially with the environmental hazards we constantly face here, to make sure that we're doing best for our environment. However, my mind is also questioning the timing of this, when we actually want every bang out of every dollar that we have to make sure that we have a future. Though as I say that, I also want to make sure we have a ethical, responsible future. So I feel very conflicted about it, but I just don't feel that now is the right time. I do think probably because this does come up as a policy request over and over every couple of years, that probably a report would be helpful to actually probably display whether it is actually worthwhile or not. I have a feeling it's probably not going to be as positive, and we really need to make sure that we're investing every dollar wisely to make sure that we are working to our future. So I am conflicted on this. And as for the Audit and Risk Committee, I absolutely agree. It happens anyway, so I don't see that as a major component because it already goes there. That's my thoughts on that.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask, when is the investment policy due for renewal?
Through to the CEO, to the CFO, sorry, all these initials.
We commence the review in September so that we can have it to the ARIC by December.
So it's been reviewed in December anyway? Yep, thank you.
September, yep. Councillor Causey.
Okay, so actually, I do. What was I going to say? I did have a question, which has just gone out of my head. So, all right, I'll just go on. I do feel that 30%, if that's where our ethical investments are at the moment, is actually a very low level. I do recognise that in the world we live in, it is very hard to invest ethically because of the supply chains and the complications in those sorts of issues. However, I think the point is that we are actually, particularly on the environmental issue, we are facing an existential crisis. And if we don't take these issues seriously, the issues of fossil fuels and plastics, all these sorts of things, then we are simply we're basically overburdening the planet with pollution and rubbish, basically. So this is something that I think we do have to take seriously, and I agree with Councillor Glanville that this is the time that we do it. And this report, may not be able to say, well, we have to, bring the level up to 100%, because I believe that that's going to be impossible. But we may be able to come up with some strategies for improving our performance. The other thing that I would say is, this is talking about prioritising environmentally and socially responsible investments. Again, and frequently we say this, the environment is the community's top concern on the Northern Beaches. And so I believe that the community would expect us to do the best we can in this area. And it is an area where somebody's got to start somewhere, and we can just say, okay, we'll go along with the status quo, but we can actually show leadership on this, and sooner or later we all need to be doing it. So, I'd encourage everyone to vote for it. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack. Right, a reply.
Thanks, Mayor, and I really appreciate the level of discussion we've had as a council on this issue, and I know that Eric will certainly have a lot to consider when that review comes up. I thought I'd just go through where I was coming from when I put up this motion, and really it was, as Councillor Glanville said, I perceived the current policy to be quite weak in what it was trying to do, which is we will avoid investments in fossil fuels where we'd get an equivalent or better return elsewhere. And I think that just including fossil fuels doesn't really capture the whole breadth of what we should be doing ethically and responsibly as a council. And I would refer to the advertising policy, which includes stipulations that we don't allow gambling or tobacco advertisements. And I would think that at least our investment policy would try to capture those socially harmful activities as well. In terms of ARIC, I share Councillor Glanville's concerns that they're probably more focused with how the current policy functions rather than looking at where improvements could be made that aren't necessarily strictly based on audit risk improvement and compliance, but where we could advocate and aspire to do better with our very large investment portfolio. I would love to have further discussion about this issue when ARIC does have that review, and I think that with this having preempted that, we might be able to come to an agreement as to what we want to aspire to over the next 4 years as a council. And I just want to reflect that the real ask of this policy is that we prioritise where possible, not just where we'd get a better return elsewhere, and we also at the same time get to avoid fossil fuel investments. Again, this is a report. I think it would be useful even for ARIC to have that report before their review comes up, and I'd certainly like to see where we're tracking as a council and appreciate the addition of Councillor Causey to include in our investment reports what we're already doing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Causey. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard, myself. Did I miss anybody? Declare that lost. Okay, lucky last. Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. I move the motion as printed.
Seconded by Councillor Giltman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The New South Wales Government's decision is probably the most significant planning matter that has ever confronted the Northern Beaches. The New South Wales Government has thrown sound planning principles out the window and chucked out any uniqueness of our community and indeed communities across the state. It's one size fits all, regardless of consideration of local infrastructure, local topography, has been dismissed in its entirety. It concerns me greatly that these new non-discretionary controls will override the Northern Beaches local planning controls, and Council will not be able to refuse applications that comply with the government's new standards, not local decisions by local people. The New South Wales Government changes also do not require any contribution for long-term or permanent affordable housing. So the objective of the government to supposedly increase the ability for people to have a house or an apartment is considerably reduced when there is no regulatory authority regarding affordable housing. And then we also know, as identified in the report, that there is no current plan for additional infrastructure, transport, services or funding, nor has the government made any announcement regarding the previous proposed Northern Beaches Tunnel, the Wakehurst Parkway, Mona Vale Road and the Spit Bridge. My motion seeks to call upon the government and all decision makers to halt this proposal until we get existing infrastructure needs, let alone the needs we will need for the significantly increased population. There will be population growth, which will occasion the need for more schools, hospitals, diversity in transport, even water and electricity. We're constantly seeing blackouts, as all councillors would know, and we also are in desperate need of social and welfare services. We know the chaos that exists at Northern Beaches Hospital, and we need more hospitals, but we need our one and only hospital to at least work effectively, and that is certainly not the case. So this motion clearly identifies the problems and clearly seeks the government to halt its outrageous proposals that seek to destroy our community, our environment, and come up with solutions before pressing this upon us.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Giltman as the seconder, got anything to add? Anyone else have anything to add? Okay. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just say that for me, I believe that this issue has already been captured in your mayoral minute, and for that reason, I'll be voting against this due to the perceived duplication I believe that we're considering. But I just wanted to flag that before we vote. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else has anything to add? As the mover of the motion, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in response to Councillor Hunjack's submission, the points I've made have not been addressed in the mayoral minute, and nor is there a call to actually stop this until infrastructure and services are properly provided. So that is the difference between the motions, the resolution and the motion, and this seeks to reflect what the community have actually asked me to do, and any person who does not think that we need a stop to this because of its failure to ensure sound urban planning principles, that is concerning. So that is why I have put this motion. It is important to our community. It is important that we actually call for a stop, not just write as along the terms of Mayor Hines' mayoral minute. And we have to get very strong and forceful on this. Otherwise, it will just continue and be ignored.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Hackman, myself and Councillor Robins declare that lost. And Councillor Beaujard, sorry. Got to look at that screen. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Do we need to read out anything from confidential? Everything from confidential. So it's on screen, 17.1 digital parking permit system, 17.2 lease of childcare centre at 28 Sloane Crescent, Manly Vale, 17.3 South Curl Boardwalk, 17.4 sporting amenity building at Pittwater Rugby Park, Warriewood. For those that may not know what that fancy thing is that's basically some change rooms and amenities for females at Rat Park. 17.5 management agreement with Sydney Lakeside Holiday Park. 17.6 notice of motion about Glen Street Theatre and the use of the former Sawley's Place. Thank you, one and all. Declare the meeting closed at 10:18 p.m. And thank you.